All right then, welcome everybody to the stream for the evening. Hope we're all doing well. Today, we're taking a little bit of a break from Feyrand, slightly, because I want to, I'm going on one of my other characters, and I'm going to hopefully try and work out the least amount of quests that I need to do in order to obtain another legendary token and use that as a way to speed up a few things. So there are two legendary level 50 tokens that you can obtain in the game. The first one is from Moria, which is a level 65 quest, 60 quest, which is Volume 2, Book 6, Chapter 9, Mirror of Galadriel, which is actually a relatively easy quest. Well, it's a super easy quest. It's literally just a very basic instance. But there is a slight extra little thing to that, and that is getting there. That does include the skirmishes and other such stuff. And technically, it's something that I have yet to do on this character as well. So far, this character has only gone through the very beginning of Moria so that he is able to get his legendary weapon, and that's about it. But yeah, let's just pick up this as well. Hey, thank you very much. Let me go to the main gate and let's just get that sorted. So but yeah, the second quest is a level 83 quest, which is Volume 3, Book 9, Chapter 9. Sorry, yeah, Book 9, Chapter 9, The Dividing Line, which, as far as I'm aware, I have not done on this character, because I have yet to actually get any legendary 50 tokens. So I've only got, well, I don't have them on this character anymore, but I've got 3 cracked tokens and 3 shattered tokens. So if I were to look up in all of my characters that sort of have any relevance to me, looking at it, I should have down here. Wait a second. Where are they? I know when I looked up Rohirrim, yeah, there we are. Oh, it doesn't even say tracery token, it just says tracery. So I got 3 shattered and 3 cracked. Cracked being the legendary, shattered being the teal versions. So I do have 3 of each of those, and that's our preparation for the other stuff. But in comparison, I do have 3 shattered Khazad-dûm traceries, but I don't have any cracked Khazad-dûm traceries. So I want to get at least 1 more today, because Feyrand doesn't really have much left to do except wait, kinda, which is the main thing. Guess where you are? Mordor. I'm gonna take a stab in the dark. What was I doing though? I just used a mithril coin. I didn't mean to do that. That's really dumb. I literally didn't mean to click that. I meant to click out, like that way. I've never done something so dumb. Right, what I need to do, or what I want to do, is try and work out where I can go. I think Oldburg is close enough to where I need to be. So the dividing line is by Entwade, Sutcroft's, that area. As far as I'm aware, I cannot do the first part of that book, which is Eomer. I have looked for that. I have got Eoworth unlocked, though. So there's that. Because I did this testing. Warsteeds from the Wold, I'm guessing, is the closest I can get. So Eoworth is here. And Harwick is here. And then if we do go up to the Great River... Wait, no. Isn't it Harwick I need to go to? Yeah, learn how to participate in mountain combat at the tourney fields in Harwick. So, if I can get to Eoworth from here, somehow, And by going to, I think, here, I can do this. There is a plugin to work all this out, but I feel like by the time that I've just plugged all that data in, I could probably just make my way there. So, yeah. I need to double check, actually. This person has been looking for a Tome of Fate 6 for ages. I don't know if Fate 6 is the one I have, but it's not in this character, is it? So, Fate. So I have Fate 1, 3, and 4. Nothing else. That's unfortunate. How are things? Good, good. I'm on holiday for this week and the next. So finally a time to get some, you know, consistent streams in for once. And actually, you know, make some progress and all that. I would like to... So by the end of this holiday, there's two things I want to do. Or by the end of my holiday, there's two things I like to do. One is I'd like to have everything on my legendary weapon legendary or epic. So that's my number one. And number two is I want to finish up my little program I've been making. So for those unaware, I talk about it a lot, but I have been building in the background a program that will, ideally, the ultimate plan is it will go through all the available gear in the game, link it up to a level. You then input your class, your level, and such things, and your virtues, and it will work out what the best sort of combination of stats there is, including virtues and eventually legendary weapons. That is the ultimate plan. It's actually quite far in, to be fair. So I'm pretty happy with it. But that's been taking up most of my time. That's pretty much what I've been doing like all day today. Is working on that. I mean, last night I was trying to work out how to... So every time you change anything, like a level or anything like that, or class, or whatever, it resets everything back to its default value, which is really annoying. So I've been trying to like fix that, which actually proved harder than expected, to be fair. The idea of fixing it is super easy, but then I was causing some issues, some bugs in other places. Also, just to point out, I am not exactly the greatest captain player in the world. Do not expect the most amazing gameplay out of me here. Yeah. The two classes I am comfortable saying I know how to play right now is Warden and a Hunter. So don't expect anything massive. However, that said, I am a 113 going for a level 83 quest, or 76 to 83 quest. So, on the same topic, probably not going to have too many issues with, like, enemies. I should probably go here, up to Aoworth, and then up through here to Harwick. The issue is I don't have a War Steed, so... I you know, can't just sort of run there quickly. But at the same time, I'm currently getting a War Steed. So, yeah. The other thing that we can get out of this is, since this is a level 83 quest, I can also go on to Kestor, and Kestor should be able to do this questing if we can find out the closest sort of available quest. Because although it's a higher level, it's less questing overall than getting to Mirror of Galadriel. Obviously, ideally, I like both, but yeah. And then what I need to do is I just need to get my other captain, my Valard captain, is just gonna go up to... Where's Garsfeld? Where's Thornhope? It's up there. Okay. Yeah, and then get my other captain here with some rally horns. And should work. I don't actually know, because I don't really have too much experience with captain and these, but I bought 2. I don't know if they're like single use or not. Are they a single use? I'm guessing they are. But I also, if that is the case, I wish they would stack. So now it's just time for us to just auto run ahead of ourselves, and all should be good. And I also found out, or worked out, sort of, not that it was difficult, that me and Palpadol are now the same level. How lovely. Just want to inspect your gear. Earrings are the same. I mean, we pretty much have the same gear, because the only difference is you have will, I have might. So obviously I am going to have more morale than you. But our stats otherwise should be pretty much near identical. The only thing I might have better is like runestones and stuff. In fact, I kind of want to have, or not, like obviously I don't have a better runestone than you, but I can quickly check from here what tier some of your stuff is at. I need to have item treasury just load all the time, to be fair. So if I were to look at ceaseless argument. That's not how you spell argument right there. My typing has been awful today. I've just been typing numbers. There's an E there, apparently. I'm just really curious. 45% is... Okay, so you're using rares. Good to know. You're also using probably... I would hazard a guess. Yeah, 106 stuff. Or you've leveled it up to 106. With 2... Yeah. Which is fine. But again, I think that's something we need to maybe try and work on. And the advantage is that now you're... Allison, thank you for the follow. But something that we'll have an advantage with now that you are in Mordor is relatively soon. I actually don't know if the 106 stuff... I think the 106 stuff goes to 116. I could be wrong about that. But you should hopefully be able to start getting stuff that's actually sort of more relevant to your level from the questing. So hopefully you can get some teals and such stuff. Because... Let's have a look. How do traceries work again? Like, I feel like I'm having issues looking up what I'm trying to look up. Trying to work up the tracery levels. Oh yeah, so the 106 stuff will be up to 120. So yeah, you should have a decent enough range where you can start upgrading some gear. And I think what we did with your legendaries, I could be wrong about this because I can only see 3 slots, which is still weird. I wish you could see all the slots, but one thing about that is it's also very weird that you can't see what my actual legendary has. You'll never get a new runestone now. You'll always just upgrade your current runestone. So it's not like the old system where you had to get a new runestone and then level that one up and such. You just keep your legendary stone, and then remember every, at 160 you'll reforge it and it will get more powerful. So it cuts out a lot of that grind, getting the right thing. So the only thing you've got to worry about is upgrading the traceries on it. So these are all uncommon because I don't expect them to be amazing. But you'll slowly get more traceries. And the idea is that I think we at least try to get your traceries. We're trying to get all your traceries at least on there. And then you just get an upgrade. Doing what now? Getting a runestone? I hope not. Oh, right, yeah. But, so you're using the enhanced runes, which is correct. However, what I'm more pointing out is you'll get higher level versions of these. So you'll see these ones I've got a minimum 106, maximum 120. Some of the stuff you're using is 101 to 115. So some of the stuff you'll be getting will just by default be higher levels. So for example, this is level 100 by default. Let's say it'll be level 350, which then stops you having to use 50 enhancement runes. So basically what you want to be doing, it's not just the enhancement runes. When you get a new box, you want to open up the box, and then if it matches what you've got on one of your weapons, right? Right, if let's say I were to get a open a box at your level and I got a battle shout damage, I would look at my weapon, go, oh, I've got battle shout damage, and I will drag it on and it'll upgrade it. So it will not necessarily upgrade the bottom number like the crit, but it will increase the percentage. So let's say I'll get 45% damage and 50% damage and such things. So yeah. Obviously, yeah, as well, you want to be using the uncommons first, and then the rares, and then the teals. Okay, so I can't do that quest. So War Steeds from the Wold. So book 7 is where I need to go to before that. But does that mean I have to do all the session players? I hope not, because that's a bit of a pain. Okay, prerequisites. Volume 3, Book 7. Quests. You must complete all the Devastation in the North quest to earn a War Steed. You must complete Tourneyfield Mounted Combat in order to learn how to use a War Steed. Finally, Nona, Horn, and Corridan will be waiting in the Tourneyfield north of Harwick. So, Land of the Elf Queen. Do I also have to do Volume 6, Mists of Anduin? Okay. Interesting one. I should be able to make my way back to Isengard, though. I know some very shocking words, and I also know the skill.
What business have you with the Rohirrim?
If I go Eowyn, oh, this is gonna be a problem. I thought I would be able to just like skip to it from what I saw, but no, it's lightning.
Our mission is dire.
That's how it works. Okay, so Prince of Rohan, we know for a fact. Okay. Prince of Rohan, we know we can't skip. to directly. We've got to do all the Tham thingy, whatever it's called. So our only hope is getting book 6. If not, technically my whole plan for tonight is ruined, kind of. I don't know. I can sort of... I have another thing I can do if I need to. That's not what I meant to do, but sure, I'll take the 10% morale boost. So, worst case scenario, we jump on Kestor anyway, and I go get the recipe for the worm scale cloak. Because I need a reputation for that. I don't know at what level or what quest sort of completion Kestor is at. Is there a way I can see the epics? There is. Does it really, like, I don't quite know what this is though, like how to use that. Display help. Very useful. I am clicking it. It's not exactly helping. See, still on sale. Ooh, there's 3 scales on sale. Was that total? 1,200. I can afford that. I don't need them, per se, but... I guess if it came down to it.
These are desperate times for the
Oh, that's just rude, isn't it? That's just very harsh of you to do. Just disappointing. I think I've got to stop the stream because I'm so sad.
I am afraid of what is happening to these lands.
Right, where am I going next? So the idea was that I wanted to go... Would it not just be easier to go to Bree at this point? It's fine. Doesn't matter. I'll go make a new runekeeper and beat him. Beat him up. Right. So, I then want to go here, then I want to go, like... Why are Stable Masters so all over the place? It's just slightly frustrating. I think it's because I'm being awkward with the way I want to do stuff, but it's fine. We'll eventually get there. If I really needed to, I could have just gone to my house. Might have made things a little bit easier. But now I'm here. And then I can ideally go Galtrev. But I haven't been there yet. Of course I haven't, because I'm dumb. I haven't gone anywhere for that yet. Because I didn't really do anything with this character. Okay, I think I'm going to have to... hey, Breeze Block, thank you for the Prime. Much appreciated. I'm going to go on Kestor. Who might be a little... Yeah... Problem is I don't have anything on that hunter or captain. And the captain hasn't been to Galtrev. Unless I do like Feyrand brings the captain to Nars Peak and then I go from Nars Peak to bring him over there and then I go south with the thingy. At this point, I'm just going to go on Kestor who's already over there. Because it'll be a little investigation of can we skip straight to Troubled Dreams or is that not allowed? Do we have to start at Zidragund to go through Prince of Rohan to then get to Troubled Dreams to then go? Because if so, that's... I think it might actually be more annoying than going through Moria in total. Right? But at the same time... there is a level 50 legendary box from Prince of Rohan, so at least that kind of helps. Either way, I do need to go and do some quests here, but let's go have a look real quick at what this character has done, because again, I think he's a little bit weirdly scuffed. Yeah, I've done Echoes in the Dark. I've started that. I have not started anything over here. However, since we're here, at worst case, we can get Men of Dunland rep. And what do we have to be to get the Wormscale Cloak? So, was it in here?
These lands are not to be traveled lightly.
That's odd.
We travel swiftly. Do you have need of our assistance?
Yeah, so this one. So it's actually reputation with Theodred's Riders, not Men of Dunland. That does take me to where I need to go anyway, because I need to go to the Prince of Rohani area. So actually, that's preferred, honestly. So let's have a little bit of a peek. Where am I gonna? I'm gonna have to go all the way down here, aren't I? Ugh. It's annoying you can't get the recipe. Like, the recipe is bind on acquire. So even though... Well, I guess it doesn't really matter, because you have to be allied to use the recipe, but also have to be allied to buy the recipe. In some cases, I get it, but also I don't like it. But it sort of happened in Lothlorien as well. And it's what stopped me buying food, or the correct food. Hello, welcome. Welcome. I would get it if it was like... my preferred thing, and I would like it to be this way, is that, yes, you have to be the high rep to buy the recipe, but at least I could move it onto an alt character. But I understand the idea of them making you want to, like, do multiple characters, basically. I think would be the point. All this stuff looks like... I genuinely thought this was all epic battle stuff, and then I realized actually what it is. What have I done? I have actually set myself up to do fire, which is funny because it's nothing like my actual fire runekeeper. Have I decided what I'm playing tomorrow? True. I mean, the servers will be back up, but I do think it would be a good idea to do something else just because we have the opportunity, or a bit more of an opportunity. I mean, we did talk about Elden Ring, right? But I just don't know if I'll get it downloaded in time for the night. I think I could probably get a video out of it as well. You know? I think... part of me is like, hey, it's not Lotro, so I can't do it. But there's nothing... there's never been a rule saying that I can't upload something not Lotro related. So that doesn't matter. But I could easily get a title out of it, like, this is my first Soulsborne game or whatever. Or something along those lines. I think that would be an easy one. Also, I kind of don't want to get burnt out on Lotro. I mean, obviously. But I don't want to, like, if I play it for 16 days straight, 6 hours a day, plus extra time working on my other projects, there's a chance there's going to be a bit of burnout, so good to switch out on that. Yeah, I don't know what the download size is. Maybe I should go on Steam right now and have a look. Part of me wants to play, like, I've always said I wanted to play BPM on stream, but I also it would be a really bad idea because, not for any bad reason necessarily, but I kind of am very quick to drop it. So it's 51 gigabytes. I mean, that'll be fine if I just install it when I finish the stream, and it will just easily be done by the morning. I have played Terra before. Not on stream, but I played Terra quite a lot, actually. I actually really like Terra's animations. It's probably my... Well, clearly I'm not playing it now, but it's probably my favorite thing about it. I just love being an archer in Terra, and actually, I just love the idea of actually kind of having to aim, you know, rather than just an auto attack where I can just kind of stand there pressing buttons. I like the idea of actually having to move my camera around. But yeah. Was that Minecraft server mod thing? I played that, I think, quite a bit as well. I think I remember having some quite bad lag issues though, so I think I kind of stopped with it. Is it still around? Is that still a thing? Alright. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've got like the deluxe edition as well, so I don't know what the difference is necessarily, but I did buy buy that. I mean, to be fair, I think the lags got possibly worse, especially recently, but I think it's just the influx of players. I think for the longest time I never really noticed it because from my perspective of playing Lotro, it ended up being like I would play for pretty much just the duration of a video, right? And yeah, so I play for the duration of a video, which would be like 20, 30 minutes, and then log off. That's not really enough time to sort of, let's say there's a bit of lag for like one massive bit of lag, probably miss it. Plus I'm on like, not a dead server, but time zone wise, technically dead at the time. So I didn't have like huge crowding issues. Do you want to know what is laggy though? My gear software. I need to optimize it. I don't know how I've made it so. Literally, I changed the background and it started just like chugging. It was horrible. I don't know if it's just because I'm also calculating all the virtues now. Or working on that. I'm a third of the way through virtues. I could make my life easier by not doing all 80 ranks and only do 37 because that's all we need to know, but I don't know. Again, future proofing. I did say, I was talking to Ghost earlier about it. I said right now, because a lot of it's in a database, I can sort of start from scratch in a way, and yeah, I can start from scratch basically, but keeping those databases, and that's like 75% of the work done. So I can just kind of make it cleaner. I think it's looking alright for the minute. Okay, so did I actually complete... So I've done Prince of Rohan. Okay. So I've done Prince of Rohan on here. So now I can just go into the quest that I'm talking about anyway. Troubled Dreams. That's not what I wanted to know. It's kind of annoying. I'm going to do it, though, because it makes sense. But it's not actually the information I wanted. Also, my gear is... actually, it's not too bad. So I wanted to see if I could skip straight to this area. But at the same time, I'm more than happy to get myself a nice... yeah, I'm more than happy to have a quick and easy thing sorted. Right. And I wonder... Oh, no, it won't because it's an epic quest and they never give rep. I was like, I wonder if I could get Theodred's Riders stuff from this, but I guess not. We'll come back here at some point then. But yeah, it's not the final thing, obviously. This is what my thing looks like currently. I tried making the background a little bit less just pure white. I'm not fully sold on it yet. And then I've got the whole virtue thing as well, which is nice. And then I want to have a way of like having a max of 5 active, but I can technically just have all of these active and just get my stats chucked into, which is nice. It's getting there though. Look at all my gear. And it actually stays, except it's super laggy when I switch everything. So it's doing like, I think it's like, it's refreshing everything and it's just kind of a problem. I need to optimize that. I don't think it's like, it depends, right? It's just, some people will say the entire game's super easy. I had issues with Morgul, but that's because I was under geared. So if you're like normally geared, then you're fine, but you know, I'm the sort of person who rushes in underprepared a lot of the time. Yo, more flak. I really love Scathing Mockery. It's one of, if not my favorite redline build or redline skills. I'd say that Valard characters are more over-geared than the game expects you to be. By a significant margin. I actually found out, or from what I saw, the best cloak, or sorry, best shield at 130, no, sorry, 120 for us, for me, Feyrand, is actually the Valar one. Technically. So, I think that puts that into slight perspective. And you've also got to remember, on top of that... Wait, well, why would you not have heraldries if you're Valard? You get given them. But also, secondly, on that point, is the fact that it was obviously built for... it was built for old legendaries as well. I mean, that's what I originally had as well. Again, what I'm going to do is... Right now, it's more... That's probably not going to be the final thing. I'm currently doing all the databases, getting the logic behind it, and then I'm going to probably copy that to a new project, start from scratch in that regard, and yeah. But I do have a calculate. I did have a calculate button. I didn't have a calculate button anymore. But yeah, that is the plan, is as I said, because a lot of the information is just referring to a database, then I already know that code. And right now it's more messy to go back to the old code and change it because it's going to cause issues. So it's better just for me to actually start from scratch once I've got all the information in there. Either way, it's still going to be technically just laggy because it is having to get all the bits of gear, and it is going to have to actually work out all the stats. And, you know, it's in C#, but I'm using SQL for the databases. That's kind of another thing, is like it's doing 2 queries per database every time. Sort of. Hi, Golem, or sneaking creature. It's one of those things is, I mean, their design is going to be the same, because that's kind of, you know, somewhat the point, kind of. I was doing some joining stuff, and it was interesting, but I eventually dropped that whole cross-join stuff. It just didn't actually work out the way I wanted it to. It was very odd. I don't know. I don't really count. They're interchangeable in my mind anyway, so I don't really pay attention to what he's named at what time, unless it's specifically mentioned. Could be a situation where if he's not around the Fellowship or yourself, he's getting referred to as Mithrandir by sort of non-direct people that know him, right? And then people that know him as Gandalf. But yeah, like I said, it's not very optimized, and I'm fully aware of that, and I'm not expecting it to be the best thing in the world right now, but I think it's slowly getting there. This lag boss fight. Oh, I can Stabmaster over there. That makes things a lot easier.
Greetings, friend of the Rohirrim. Your
Greetings.
welcome, friend.
Throthbrond, I think is this place. It is. Forthbrond, sorry. Yeah, it's nice to kind of be sort of reteaching myself in a way. As I go, which again is another thing. Like, I'm slowly working out better ways to do stuff, but it's just more awkward to go back a lot of the time and change things after the fact. So that's fun. It would be nice to eventually, or I'd like to eventually maybe have it be like a lure thing. Like, I think it as a plugin could be a lot more interesting, but I'm not sure how the like item treasury, for example, handles stats. I think it only references it, and I'm not sure how you like if you're able to reference the stats of an item. They're doing that again. Threshold tier 2. I mean, I guess you can do it. Wait, has Threshold got a reset, or is it just a case of they will continue with the final boss? Oh, so they didn't get to the final boss yesterday. That's fine. I do want to get tier 2 Threshold done, though, as I said, because if we can eventually get those higher tiers done, like, let's say at 140, we can gear ourselves up enough to then do, like, a tier 3 Threshold, for example. Obviously, people were able to on level, so being over-leveled with overly geared just makes things easier, right? That then unlocks the ability for us later on to trade for the gear that we need instead of actually hoping for the drops, because all that's bound to account stuff. Are there no wargs around here? What's going on? Are they all up here? Ah, got it. Do you count as a warg? No. It's really weird. Warg riders don't count as wargs, they count as goblins. And I always found that really weird, because there have been times where enemies have counted as both. So I don't understand why they can't have a warg rider be a warg and a goblin, for example. Ooh, what's going on here? Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I've used that I've looked at it and I know it's in the game. So it's just weird that from what I understand as well, that's like the only place that I can think of. Oh, it's because I opened the box. That makes sense. It'd be really funny if I just move this character up, like, because he hasn't done quests. He's only been doing these like lower level quests just to get the tokens. But imagine if I just really went hard with it today, like XP boost and everything like that, and just try and catch up to Palpadol. Obviously, he's 113 at the moment, so it's 24 levels, is that? But quite funny if we go up. I'm going to overtake him. 140 by the end of the week.
Good to see you again, friend. Why did you search for me, if not to join in my vengeance? I cannot find my father anywhere in the village.
Okay. Let's continue with some of this. At 95, which we're not going to get to, I'll probably also just craft some 95 gear. For the most part, especially being a tailor myself, I have just been crafting tailor gear that's relevant to my level from the guild, which is at least nice. And then jeweler as well, obviously, when possible. I don't really, for a normal character that I'm leveling, I don't like the Anorian tier of armor. Like, it's all well and good having these nice high stats and whatever, and getting, well, at this point it's just pure, you know, morale and fate, and the idea is that you essence your stuff up accordingly, right? But I don't like that, because in 5 levels time, I'm basically getting new gear from the Mordor book. I do understand from the point of level capped characters, or at the time being the level cap, and you want to just get these essences and farm for them, but I think it'll only ever be done for Faerand. Even then, I think there's better gear than crafted gear at that point, so. I mean, technically the actual Osgiliath gear, right, is around that tier.
Did you find something?
None of these matter, but let's go for that. I'm getting rare enhancement runes as well. That's nice.
Long farewells.
You long to see the Lady Galadriel.
Huh.
The Dunlending girl that accompanies you must be blindfolded if she is to enter.
Wait a second. One moment, please. Book 6.
You are welcome within Lothlorien, and may
Damn
you
it.
the hill of Carin-
I was really hoping for a second that I somehow was going to get the Mirror of Galadriel as a quick completion, but no, this is
You are welcome within
yeah, this is part of the next set, which is kind of annoying, but it's fine. I get it.
I have
Can't have them all.
right here.
As nice as it would be. Slash follow, so useful. Right. And sup, Galadriel. I also should be getting some incomparables from this, right? And because I'm under 95, then technically I should be able to maybe upgrade some of my stuff. Now, they are rare at the moment. And that's actually a very good point, is I think I can reforge? No, I reforged my weapons already. Good to know. I might be able to get some upgrades. Because right now, I don't need more teals. I think I've got teal everything. Actually, that's a lie. Do I have teals on all my tanking stuff? I think I've only got some rares and uncommons on those. Hello, Gandalf. How you doing? I just have this need to run around when and jump on stuff when I'm here. Wait a minute. Do I have to do the annoying... Oh, I guess I will. So in the Brownlands, all the stuff I've just been doing on Feyrand, I'm gonna have to do that annoying, like, quest that requires you to complete a deed, which then requires you to complete 5 other quests. That whole thing. That should be easier with us on level. Though I would say I'm probably doing more damage as Feyrand than I am as Kestor at the moment. Even with the level difference. It's a familiar place. We've been here doing the Great River for a while. So, we know our way around this area pretty well, though. He's breathing. I see him moving. What's going on? Right, so let's try and get all the travel stuff, because that's obviously going to be quite a significant help. Also, I don't know what my virtues are like. I actually have some virtues, except my wit is super low, and so is my confidence. That's fair. But I'm actually somewhat surprised I have at least something. I do at some point want to go through. I don't know if I've got them listed on this character. Yeah, so I've done Ered Luin, bar Sarnor. And I've done most of the Shire, minus questing, and Yonder Shire now. Bree just has so many. I just don't really like Breeland Slayer all that much, but I think maybe I should take the opportunity to go through, like, the Lone Lands or North Downs and get myself a couple bit more virtues. Maybe it's an excuse for myself and Ghost to go get virtues, because that is something that I think he forgets about quite a bit, is that virtues exist. And something for the longest time that I tended to forget was the thing as well, so... Even finishing a couple of, like, standard exploration and very simple Slayer deeds will probably do me quite a good job as well. And also on that topic is Slayers in this area and, like, Dunland and such should also give me incomparable Enhanced Rune things. And whilst I still have yet to get an epic Enhanced Rune out of any of them, I'm still hoping. I don't know how many I've opened. I probably should have logged it, because it would be interesting to try and find out sort of the chance of getting one. But so far, it's been 0, so not that great.
This is not the first friend we have lost, but that makes it no easier.
And now a quest I absolutely despise. Finding orcs in this area is surprisingly harder than it should be, in my opinion. Though I guess that's sort of a good thing. If you can't find the orcs, then they're either very good at hiding or they're not here. And ideally it's the second one. But there is one here. Nice. One slight advantage, slightly to the lag on this character, well, not necessarily advantage, but it's less of a problem, is damage over times will still sort of, or should still tick around, so. Any more orcs? Hello. I feel like I need to not use Scathing Mockery as much. Okay. Any more for any more? How many do I need to kill? I've only killed 3 apparently. Come on. Another orc. Good. In fact, oh, I don't have trivia. Oh, there isn't a thing. In my brain, for a second, I still thought that there was trivial plugin things. What's in the middle of my screen? This one? This one here. I'm guessing this is a plugin called Auras that works with a couple of classes that kind of go over a few sort of cooldowns and sort of keeps track of a few things. And in this situation, I use it instead of for the Runekeeper's sort of what's it called? Sort of like attunement. That's it. I think it's just aesthetically more pleasing when the game works. Just want to use Smoldering Wrath. I like Smoldering Wrath. I guess one also good thing is I can just kill, like, I can run past enemies, so it just makes things a little bit easier. I do feel like my attunement bar is slightly off, but at the same time, I have to remember that the middle of this bar is not the middle of this bar, which is just a really annoying thing. Because of this extra little setup. Not a huge fan of that whole thing. Hey, Nona. How you doing? You're worried, are you? Good to know. So yeah, these enhancement runes I will probably just hold on to. Actually, no, I've got a load of 51s here, so I'll open them because they are bound to account anyway. And then we'll keep our inventory just a little bit cleaner. We've got the Swan Fountain, which is always nice to see. Bound to account and all that. And you can always trade that in for the other one, which is also useful. Reduced awareness? Never. I've never seen reduced awareness ever in this game. Oh, oh, oh. See, it'll be nice if we do end up playing something else tomorrow. It'll be nice to not be rubber banding every 5 seconds. Speak of the devil. Oh, imagine it. So I mentioned getting a War Steed, which is what we get from this. Imagine how bad it's going to be trying to sort out a War Steed with this. Also, I still never know or don't understand why. So, for example, I opened up my rare, like my rare one, And it brings me like 2 sets. It's like 2 rolls. It's weird. Isn't like, maybe it's like always 1 here on this roll, and then it has a roll between like a certain amount. That's a really weird way to do it, if so, but
Why does she carry a sword of my people?
I will let you carry the sword, but do not let any of these men touch it.
yeah, I just really wish that we didn't have to deal with it, you know? I know it's not like a, you know, click your fingers and it's done sort of thing, but it would be nice to kind of have less problems with the service. I mean, maybe we'll find out. I don't know how far you have to get in to potentially have that be part of the game, but we'll see. See how it goes. And it's everybody's favorite, Horn.
Such as it is.
Hi, Horn.
This sword you bear.
I mean, reduced awareness has always kind of just been a thing, and it's even before this sort of large influx. And I'm sure they have ways to actually load test stuff, or at least I'd hope.
Greetings, friend of the Rohirrim.
Almost, I wish one day that we would have sort of a behind the scenes type of video or something where they actually sort of show us the servers. They probably never would want to. I'm not gonna lie, but like, kind of wish. I just want to see what they're running on. How many potatoes and hamsters have they got? I mean, yeah. There's hopes. I mean, that's also the case. I understand that. But also, I feel like it's happening in live situations often enough that they should see what the issue is. Right? The reduced awareness is so that we can't see the service. Haha. I feel like I don't even notice, and maybe it's a good thing, but I don't really notice the difference between reduced awareness and not reduced awareness, right? I mean, that's exactly what I said. I'm not saying I'm expecting them to snap their fingers and it's done. I would never expect that. But as I said, I feel like it's been going long enough that if anything, it's gotten worse recently, and that is due to the influx of players. But it is a bit frustrating and does lead World Chat to just turn into it. You know, just be talking about it. I mean, it's better that than politics, which was happening yesterday as well, which promptly got me to turn off World Chat for quite a while.
I am glad you have come.
Oh, I can use Scathing Mockery.
I am worried by the increased number of orcs alongside the river.
Give them more meals. I almost feel like that would be
Quite an ally, my friend.
would have been like a priority. I'm sure again that they're actually doing stuff. Like, I'm not going to say they're not, but I feel like that would get them a lot of good faith from the game, like the community, if they were like, this we've got new servers, all that sort of stuff. Like, considering like they were just bought out technically not that long ago. Well, technically that publisher was bought out, right? Is that it? I don't quite know how it works, but one day I'm just gonna show up, knock on their door, and be like, "Hi, I would like to see your service, please." And when they come out, it will garner them a lot of good faith. I think that's nobody's disagreeing with that. I think a lot of it will be I think there'll be two main responses. The first response will be finally, and the second will just be happiness, which is good. I mean, yeah, we also know that. Again, nothing I've said isn't a thing. Maybe you're hearing me incorrectly, but I'm not saying that they're not doing stuff. I'm very clearly pointing out they are. I'm running Lotro, or I'm running Lotro on the Lotro machine. That's what the server's running on. Because I think another thing that's going to happen is... Well, okay. So, the Road to Erebor stuff was based on The Hobbit, right? So that was, like, to coincide, from my understanding, with The Hobbit release. It'd be interesting to see if they do anything to coincide with the Amazon series at all. And... if that does, then if they do that and then sort of try to tie it in and try and increase plays through that, I think as well, lag could be a problem. I've seen people like in world chat, and whether or not this is true or people are just sort of trying to cause more discussion and somewhat drama in the world chat, is people saying like, I'm new to this game, is it always this bad? You know, I think it can be a little bit of a you know, something that can turn you off from playing a little bit. I mean, yeah, but there could also be like, I don't think they technically, I don't actually know, but they could still do something, not necessarily directly related, but something at the same time, you know? But again, it's all stuff you know, all speculation, and I don't even know when the TV series is supposed to be coming out, or whatever series, like streaming, whatever it's called. But I don't know when it's coming out. I really don't know much about it. I kind of don't want to know much about it, because I feel like I spoil myself too easily on shows when I sort of look into everything, and if, like, I'll read up on a character and know like a whole story if they are using pre-existing characters, which, I mean, Elrond's in it, so right. At the same time, though, they have referred to Melkor and Morgoth. So, it's... yeah. But it's like I've talked about before, I've just completely run past my thing. I'm really bad with shows where, like, I'll sort of think of something, and I'll go on a wiki, and I'll look up the wiki, and I'll see a character's died, for example. Right? I do that a lot, and then I'm like, you go on a wiki and it says this character was, you know, and the moment it says was, it's like, oh well, they die. I'm less emotionally attached in some ways, so that's why I kind of want to keep myself a bit more separate. But I also do want to eventually go through the Silmarillion. I did start, and then I felt like really out of my depth almost immediately, because I was listening to it, right? I mean, yeah, Archer as well, and all that stuff, yeah. I think I kind of already sort of worked it out, but then, like, yeah, didn't exactly make it I think Fate can be confusing though, so considering like there's so many different ones that I could be like thinking of something else I know from a different series, but then like thinking of it in one other series. I still need to actually continue watching the others. I kept meaning to. I haven't really watched anything recently, surprisingly. I have been more reading manga at the moment than anything, which at that point, am I spoiling myself on a TV show, right? Like if I'm like I'm now up to date on My Hero and Black Clover, right? So I know the story. So technically, am I just spoiling myself on like the next series of that like season? Yes. I don't think it's as bad. I've heard of the show. I've not heard anything of it though, which is really weird. I sort of know of its existence, but I don't know anything about it. Yeah, I am really... I can't think of the last thing I watched. I think... No. I literally cannot think of the last show I watched. Technically, the last thing I probably watched was Naruto, I think. Slightly, some of... I need to eventually watch Shield Hero Season 2. So that's a thing. Should probably actually get around to playing, watching Attack on Titan. That's all right. I'm doing well. We're doing all right, except from the rubber banding, it seems. But yeah, being productive. I don't know if I want to rewatch Season 1 because it's been a while. But yeah. Throw the Dread Terror. Oh, Tier 1. Damn it. Oh yeah, Slime. I've watched Slime. That's the thing. I'm being recommended Fate Grand Order. I don't know which one that is. There's so many. Also confusing. I was literally about to say, I've also been suggested Spy X Family. I've been told it's quite good. I think it's like #1 at the moment.
I saw a great shadowy shape fall from the sky not long ago.
Welcome and well met, my friend.
Yeah, I've heard good things. Like I've only heard good things. Oh, okay. But I assumed as much, but I also wanted to just say it just in case. But I've also heard people, and I think myself in some cases, have called it Hunter x Hunter. When I was talking to someone I work with, doesn't work with me anymore, but they were like, I'm watching Hunter x Hunter. I'm like, is it with the X? I don't know. I'm confusing. I don't know. Oh my god, we've got Avank. Like, quickly. We've actually got them. It's great. Hunter times Hunter. Hunter squared. I couldn't get into Hunter x Hunter. Actually, that's a lie. I started watching Hunter x Hunter, and then I think I got to, I think it was episode 14. And episode 14 was just rehash of everything that had just happened in the 13 episodes before. And although I could have skipped it, I felt like I had to watch it because just in case there's something extra. And for some reason, it was just really, really, like, slightly annoying to me. And I stopped watching it for the day and then just never went back to it. I even went in the next day and I was like, why Why that early? Is there a recap episode? It's also not finished, right? So there's also that thing. I really wish it was Throne tier 2. I'd do it if it was tier 2. Alright, I need to kill other stuff. Not the turtles. God damn it. Not the turtles. This is a red Runekeeper, that is correct. Did I just technically animation cancel? Is that a thing? I'm not really one to be like, I'm going to take advantage of these fast animations or animation cancels, but I killed it too quickly. I want to work out if that works. Again, I'll never actually use it to my advantage because I don't really care that much, but do less damage. I guess that kind of works. Lawmaster can be interesting. I have had fun with it when I played on the Legendary server. Funny to think that the Legendary server is where I've played the most Lawmaster, considering. But, I wouldn't say it's my favorite class. But it's certainly interesting. Eventually, I've got to go around to all of them because I want every class. My ultimate plan is I want every class at max level, with 3 sets of trait trees and 3 sets of armor and like basically being able to do every set. Now, within reason, like I probably don't need a yellow hunter. Warden's going to be progression anyway.
I will go with you into the brown land.
And there's a few things like that, but yeah. I'm going to be the best yellow hunter player. EU. That's going to happen. Just you watch me. I mean, have you just left Moria? Because, slight spoilers, you will be returning. Yeah, I have experimented with Yellow Hunter, to be fair. Yeah. Only Yellow Hunter. I mean, true. Also, welcome back, Ghost. That is true. But if I'm playing through every character, how many Lotro points am I going to be making? And then I can translate that to... Because, what, it's 1,000 Lotro points, I think, for an extra trait tree? Essentially, or 100. So, I'm probably going to make that much on those characters if I play them to, like, a decent completion. Oh, fair enough. I mean, I would possibly suggest it because... whether or not you care that much about it is a different story, but by going back there and doing all that, by the end of book 6, you get a legendary tracery token at level 50, which potentially could be useful to you. But what you missed, Ghost, was me, basically, I went on to the captain, I was trying to find out where to go. I think you were still here for that. I then realized, hey, I am not leveled up to the point where I need to be, or I'm not, like, done the quest line up to where I need to be. Checked on my champ, or my Runekeeper. I had already done Prince of Rohan, which allows me to go straight into this epic line, and hopefully gets us a, well, does get us on track to get this legendary token. Hopefully by the end of the night. Ideally. I don't think there's any more legendary boxes that I can get. I need to find legendary tracery box. So no, Prince of Rohan was the only other one.
This must be the shape my men and I beheld as it plummeted from the sky.
Right, now I've got to do the lovely old deed.
This is the reason for your dream. This is why we are here.
So doing this quest on the on the legendary servers actually gets me a frame. So eventually, maybe that's something I should do this week. Maybe I will go this week. I will do a couple of streams on the legendary server. I might make a new character on the legendary server. Maybe I'll make a runekeeper on there or something. And I won't go like super hard on it, but I will maybe yeah, maybe go on the legendary server and try and get some more of these titles and stuff. Because if I can just like do normal content basically and get these titles and capes and stuff, or cloaks or whatever, then I don't really have to go too hard on everything. I just have to like play the game. I don't have to go for like legendary traceries and whatever. Even though it might be interesting to try and go for that. Full-time switch. Let's switch to being a legendary server person. Yeah, then I can have even more items in my inventory. To be fair, it's less about the cloaks and more about the titles and the frames, to be fair. I really like the Mordor frame that you can get from the legendary servers. High Elf Mini, that's what I've chosen for my High Elf. Or my Mini, sorry. I logged into him today and I was like, totally forgot what I'd done. Because this is the thing. Everything I've ever looked at for Mini is like raiding, basically, which is fine. But I can't really find like good legacies or traceries, mind you, for like Redline Mini. It's very weird. There's not a lot of like in-date stuff, so I got to like work out what I actually need. So yeah, if you go on the legendary server and complete certain parts of the game, like epic lines of the story and whatever, you can get different frames, like this one for, I think, Moria. Sorry, I think Blaze of Hope is the Moria one, getting into Moria, and stuff like that. I think Adventurer Seeker is completing the Shadows of Angmar. You can get different frames. So let's just have a look at those. Character portrait frames. So, for example, let's bring this up on stream. So there's a couple ones. These are the Summer Festival ones. So those are the ones you can get normally. These are the legendary server ones. So Adventurer Seeking, Angmar Rambler, Shadowbreaker, Moria Rambler, Blaze of Hope, Great River, Horse Lords, Helm's Deep Defender, Beacon of Gondor, Blackgate, Heart of the Mountain, Frame of the Dwarf Hold, and Minas Morgul. I really like the Blackgate one and the Minas Morgul one. I actually really like the Heart of the Mountain frame as well. And actually Frame of the Dwarf Hold is pretty cool. But that means you get those on any of your characters. So you can obtain them on the legendary servers, but you get them for your account. It says some frames are only granted to one character though. Probably stuff like Angmar Rambler, I think. Yeah, you can only get those on the server, I think. Anyway. You also get some cloaks and stuff as well. For completing that content. So, Narmalith's Redemption cloak as well. Ghost doesn't like me having it, or using it. But Cloak of Narmalith's Redemption, which is one of my favorite cloaks, to be fair, you also get, and a couple other ones, like the White Hand, and yeah, it's just a few other rewards. And it's the worst effect in the game. Nice. I hate it so much. So some of them you get for just getting to a certain level. Others are for doing certain quests. So for example, this quest line that I'm doing now, Mist of Anduin, completing the final quest in the Mist of Anduin, it gets you a reward. So it is also quest related. Oh. Let's have a look. Ooh, that is a nice one. Is that that's the Beacon of Gondor one. So that's quite nice. I still think right now my favorite cloak is the one I have on Feyrand. And also I do like a lot of the Isengard stuff, but honestly, yeah, the one I have on Feyrand, probably my favorite currently. A few of my favorites actually are mostly in my wardrobe. So some of the Isengard stuff, as I said, this one from Moria is quite nice. The Cloak of the Nine, pretty cool. What's the other ones? So the Many Worlds, without saying. But yeah, these ones I've been getting from Isengard stuff are quite nice as well. Plus, as I said, my Cloak of Healing. I just like there's a lot of detail in them. But one thing I really wish that we could have is like more dye options, like a primary and a secondary dye, so I could have like the blue dye be the primary dye, and then all the stuff that's currently like silver could be like a different color, you know? I think that's what I really want. Also, yeah, this one, which is my favorite right now. But for this one, let's say if I could have the blue as this and then these be gold, for example, instead, I think that'd be really nice. But I'm not too worried. Now, do I open my Tracery level 50 incomparable and potentially get an upgrade here? Is it worth it? What I really should be doing is leveling up these. But really what I actually should be doing is getting level 86 ones, which I'm sure I will eventually get to. I think for now it's fine. But yeah, I should get 86s, or really what I should do is maybe get myself to like, if I get myself into like Mordor, I can get like 100, like level 101 stuff. Historian or Tinkerer for your minstrel? I mean, I would possibly choose Historian just because, I don't know, maybe it feels more minstrel-y to me. I feel like for minstrel, my actual choice would be woodworker because you can make your own instruments. That'd be my main thing. But out of those two, I mean, they're both useful.
What business have you with the
It's not like one's better than the other. Oh, historian, but historian. Oh yeah, you're talking about like whole things, right? So Tinkerer is, isn't it scholar, prospector, jeweler? Historian is farmer, scholar, tailor, I think, if I'm correct. Yeah, if I always focus on, if I'm gonna have a cooking character, it'll always be Yeoman, which will also have farming as well. I just think, yeah, that doesn't make sense. That should be something else. Stuck in loading. That's why you shouldn't have logged off. You should just AFK'd. Oh, is it Weaponsmith, not Tailor? Fair. I know my main character on Arkenstone was just a historian, so I did scholar and farming. But that's because I was able to make my own pocket item. so I had that advantage.
Something has made the Gredbig here more aggressive than they used to be.
Thing is, they're so ingrained in it with the like guilds and stuff that they wouldn't be able to change it. So why am I killing this? I have no idea. Because I think people will be like max cook guild, and then if you took it off and changed it, then obviously wouldn't work. I still would really like to see what I said about like an Iron Man mode, essentially, like an actual Iron Man mode, where you could actually like an official one, where you could have all the crafting stuff, so you could craft everything, but you had to craft it for yourself. Like you had to get all the materials on your own and stuff like that, and all the recipes and whatever. But obviously you couldn't buy stuff from like, you couldn't trade, you couldn't buy stuff on the auction hall and all that jazz. But you had all the recipes, so you could actually like craft your own stuff. I think that would be still kind of cool and like a nice little different thing. So then yes, you'd have a character that can craft everything, but obviously you can't give it to anybody else, so it's not like you can sort of kind of abuse the system almost. And permadeath, that would also be interesting. Yeah. Whenever I talk about Iron Man, I'm always talking about RuneScape. The game that I cannot let myself play again, because otherwise you will not see me for weeks. It's problematic, and no, I won't stream it as well. But me and RuneScape have a history. Mostly old school, but still. I think RuneScape was also my first MMO. If I remember correctly. I mean, for me, it's either I get really into it or I have zero, like, want to play. I feel like, at least with, Lotro, I can sort of play it without having sort of a need to go sort of hardcore and whatever, right? I can just, like, load into this game and just, I don't know, do a Slayer deed or do a couple quests or stand around on the auction hall. I do kind of wish the auction hall kind of worked a bit more like the Grand Exchange in a way. I was thinking about this the other day, where you could like put a bid in and that bid stays there until someone sells it, right? Rather than you kind of just having to hope. Like if I could put a bid up for like a clasp at 2,000 gold, the moment someone puts it for 2,000 gold, it immediately sells for that. But obviously having like extra slots. I think you just need a sort of higher population for something like that to work. Okay. I don't actually have experience with Guild Wars 2, so I'm not sure, but I would kind of guess that's similar to what we're saying. So like you could say, I want to buy 500, or like say I want to buy 5,000 Minas Ithil hides, let's say. And then someone else is selling 500, right? Basically. And then the money that I've put towards that will then go towards those. And I'll get the 500, but I'll still have the buy order in. Almost. But yeah. I don't think it would work necessarily. But I don't know. But at the same time, I don't want them... I kind of wouldn't want them to do it because I don't want them fiddling with too much and getting distracted by like fiddling with sort of less important things.
After you left, I went searching on my own.
Right, where am I going? We've got to go all the way down there. Well, that's dumb. But yeah. There's always things we want to change, right? There's like more important things. I think one thing I've been saying for a while is the launcher or the login experience to be a little bit different. There's two ways I'd like it. An updated launcher that isn't just 800 by 600. I feel like the launcher is just very old looking. I don't think anybody will really disagree with me on that point. But I think if the launcher got a little bit of a sprucing up, could be quite beneficial. But also, what I'd really like, and I'm not sure how many people would get use out of this, but it would maybe get people playing different servers more. I would love, instead of having to log in the launcher, if I could log in game. My only sort of comparison is World of Warcraft for that, but I think other games do that as well. I think even Guild Wars 2 might do that, or Guild Wars 1 might even do it, if I remember correctly. But being able to switch servers and log in launch, like in game rather than in launcher, I think would be quite nice. Instead of me having to like shut my game, relaunch it, go on to like log in again, then go on to like Arkenstone, let's say, or let's say I want to switch between the legendary server and the main servers, you know. I'm sure it's not necessarily worth the time to put into it, but if I could choose something to change, that would be one of them. It'd be nice. So weird being back here after like I've recently just been here doing all the stuff, so it's weird kind of being here and knowing like all the quests and stuff that are part of this. It's like, oh yeah, this is where that quest happens. Okay, let's go. So I wonder how long, let's say, so the Tracery level 50 box is from the end of Mirkwood. We can go straight into Mirkwood if we are the relevant level. So I wonder if, let's say, I might take my captain at some point and just see if I can somewhat speed through Mirkwood, because it's just the one book I've got to worry about, right? And there are 18 chapters, but like if I can run past most enemies and ideally like one-shot others, then that would be preferred. Oh, is Kestor anonymous? Oh, Kestor is anonymous. Why is Kestor anonymous? There you go. My friend, myself, has come online. What do I think about the Tortoise XP debuff? I use it a lot. Feyrand, our sort of main character, always has it equipped because, well, at the moment, because we are going level to level to level, like expansion to expansion, level cap to level cap. We've had the discussion that it could be better. I think it's fine as is, but it would be nice if they were somehow able to not have it be in the pocket item slot. And instead have it in, we've sort of said maybe the idea of having it in the toolkit spot, so you could buy, maybe it'll be more expensive, but it's like as good as the enduring toolkit, but also, you know, but you don't get experience. And Or like, you know, something up here where you can toggle it. Yeah, a toggle is like something. I think it would be that a toggle is slightly dangerous because if you forget to like, if let's say the server messes up, for example, and it were to toggle your experience back on, that could like, or not load in properly, then that could also cause issues. But I think that's less likely to happen. But yeah, I'm of the point that I really like the idea of playing it level cap to level cap. It's what we've been doing for like over a year now with Fairand. But
Saw something on the shore, but when I approached it fled.
but yeah, there's a slightly better way I think it could be implemented. Potentially, I don't know. Would be nice. I think there's a sizable amount of people, like kinships and stuff especially as well, that do like this level capped content, so. The fact that the item exists in the first place kind of proves that, right? Yeah, I think they could do it with like the VIP thing as well, right? Where, like similar to the VIP thing with the character that you talk to. Ding. What level are you now? 126. Actually has a pocket item. The hardest thing for a Valar character to get. Kind of. Let's have a look at Lindral though. What's Lindral got? Still needs to go through Gundabad though. Get there eventually. Yeah, the difficulty thing is also toggled. I mean, that is a point. I haven't really had much experience with it, but the fact that that seems to have not necessarily had problems in applying properly, especially since there's deeds related to it, I think proves that they would be able to actually have that work, right? I have said, Ghost, by the way, that you weren't here when I said it, but if something that we could do is this character does need to go through and do some deeding at some point, so another character that needs to deed could be potentially a good time for Palpadalt to join in. Deeding, we can kill 2 times as many enemies, or 2 times as quickly, because there's 2 of us, right? But first I need to catch up to you, right? First things first. Level, what level are you? 113? 24 levels to go? Or 20... 24 levels? I guess 24 levels would put me at 115, so... By the time I'm at 115, so should you. Oh, at least I don't have to deal with these spiders. Because I do feel slightly like if you don't have someone there to kind of guide you to places, then you might get distracted or worried about the time limit on a accelerator, right? I know how you get with XP accelerator stuff. Strange where it brings you into Morgul. What about it? Like, why don't you start Esalalan? I mean, it takes you from Mordor, right? So it takes you from like this way, kind of. Because you go to Cirith Ungol, I think, if I remember correctly. And then you go down here. Kind of interesting that just this entire area is essentially an expansion, but there is obviously other older parts.
I suppose I may have imagined it.
That's why whenever I went into Mordor, I tended, or more recently, I've tended to sort of run down and get the Stable Masters. I mean, I think in some cases that could be interesting, but also I kind of like it when it's timed, because that way, if I can kill enemies quicker, I get more out of it, right? Rather than it always being static. But I also understand, like, it would be nice to be like, oh, the next 100 kills, let's say, are doubled. I don't have to rush myself. But sometimes it's nice to have, oh, I need 30 minutes. I can get like a whole region done in 30 minutes at a like higher level.
Are you sure?
A
A Nazgul?
Nazgul. Right, and then I think I have to go directly south. More uncommons. More enhancement runes. Again, should I think I'm best off, as I said, just like waiting and upgrading from there. I think I have quite a lot of ancient script now, right? Ancient script. That's a lie. What did I spend all my ancient script on? Because that's worrying, because I'm supposed to be spending like 1,000 at the end of the stream in order to get this legendary thing, right? I mean, I get it. I know that's what Ghost gets like as well with the XP boosts and stuff. Sometimes it's annoying. Sometimes it can be like more useful against being less useful. I think for myself, I have quite a lot of Slayer accelerators. I currently have none, apparently. No, I do have them somewhere. Where are they on? Come on. 33 plus a couple 90-minute ones. It's nice. Oh yeah, obviously, like, I can kill more than 100. But then it's like, is it skewed? Like, because obviously the further you go in, right, the more it takes for a deed. So then it's got to be like, you know, it's going to be over the top in one situation, but not enough in another situation. From the roving threats. Wait, what?
You found a booted footprint? I wonder what it
What about roving threats? I think eventually I want to get roving threats done. There's just nothing to roving threats anymore at the moment except the virtue experience, which is just like, we'll eventually get it done. It is slightly. Oh, reward track. I didn't even think about reward track being RT just then. I mean, yeah, I will be opening them. I'm currently 29, so that's, by the end of this I'll probably be at 30, let's say. But even so, that's probably not going to be 1,000. I have a lot of stuff I can deconstruct, though, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure I have a load of spares. That's why I've, on these characters, not really been going for... Like, I had a couple rares, but I've mostly been going for, like, uncommons just to get the tracery there. And then the idea being, I'll just open up boxes as I level. I think at this point... yeah, at the level 100 enemies... you used to be able to... So you get them and you do quests for them at level 100 plus, and you get tokens out of it. Gift giver brands, which I have currently 83. I think if it was 50 and you could buy a first age level 100 weapon. So it was how a lot of people ended up getting their first age level 100s and stuff, right? But now, because of the new legendary system, the old legendary weapons are now figments of splendor, right? So that's kind of out of use. And then the only thing you can get now is a level 100 pocket item, which again, not going to be very useful for Fairhand. and some heritage runes, which are just not worth the price. So it would be nice to add something like, I don't know, scaled enhancement runes maybe, or something like that to them, so that, you know, if you could buy scaled incomparables for the chance of the epics, let's say, or you could buy incomparable scaled traceries, for example.
We have learned much
I think that would actually, you know, have some
to know.
appeal to them a bit more.
Was looking
Because right now you get, so,
to think.
roving threats,
On the way back to the village of the Holy.
you get like 2,000 for completing all of the, like, them in the area, and then you get 6,000 if you kill 300.
Has no one
I don't even know how many is the max for a day.
done London Guard
I know a Slayer Accelerator does work on them, at least from what I remember.
by now? Did some trouble befall them on the road?
Where's the Nazgul 2, huh? You're not here. It's a solo quest. I had a lot of issues with roving threats though, because there's one roving threat in Angmar, because that's where I tended to go to, that reflects melee damage, but I didn't know that because when I originally killed it, it was with my hunter, which doesn't do melee damage when you've got a bow. So I was like, oh, I never had issues with reflect. Then turns out, guess what? I used my champion, who was actually stronger at the time, and I kept dying because it does like 200% reflect damage. I mean, yeah, I think it's only happened when I've sort of come across them, because the roving threat Slayer is not equivalent to quest completions. So the roving threats respawn, so you can technically just spawn camp them and just kill them repetitively when they spawn, because per day they will stay in the same spot. So technically, if you log them, I think more maps allows you to do that, if I remember correctly. You could technically go around killing them repetitively, and they also do have a chance of dropping gift giver brands from that. But I don't think, again, there's actually any use to gift giver brands from what I understand right now. You even get them from epilogue quests in level 100. But yeah, the wiki's not up to date, but you can get some tapestries, a Tome of the Pond Frog, and some heritage runes. Yes, because I said no last time. See, Nazguls don't like fire. We found this out, right? So we're the perfect outcome for this. Come back here with my favorite cloak. To be fair, I might go pick up the pond frog with a Feyrand. To be fair, after this quest, actually, I'm going to quickly, like, run off for a sec. And then we'll jump on Feyrand, and I want to just go to... I should be able to just go to Evendim, right? Or Estelden, sorry. And we can have a look at what they actually drop. Because, again, the wiki's wrong, because it still says you can get weapons for it, and Amphlas Scrolls of Empowerment. And we should actually find out what there is. I think it's just Heritage Runes, really. Wielding fire. I love that. To be fair, I could probably just jump on my other hunter, right? This guy is a meanie. So mean. So disappointing. They want her sword, though. It's not allowed. I'll kill you, Horn. I'll kill you. Do you think anyone has done every single quest in the game? I'm going to give you two answers. The first answer is technically no, because some quests cancel out other quests. So you can have a choice of two. So technically you cannot complete every single quest in the game. The second answer is possibly yes. But it's very awkward about like how you explain that. Like, okay, so every quest, do you mean every landscape quest? Or do you also include doing every quest of every raid at the time? Because, you know, from some perspective, yeah, there's the tutorial as well, that stuff. But from some perspective, there is the point of, like, you technically have to do every raid at the time. I think technically there's quests that aren't available anymore. But if you count every landscape quest, I mean, ideally that's what we want to get to at some point, right? On Feyrand or with another character. I mean, I want to log every thing, right? So ideally that's something that we can do. So I can skip to book 11. Huh. So I can actually skip to that on level, and I can also do that. That's actually very interesting because so Dividing Line is book 9, sorry, which is in the middle of that. But book 10 is Snows of Wildemore, which we can skip. And I actually no, that's not even that interesting. We can technically go straight to book 11, chapter 1. You ever really got a question about Lotro? Go ahead and I will attempt to answer, or someone will help. But yeah, what would help you getting back in returning? So to be fair, if you log in right now, you have everything but the newest expansion, which don't know the release date technically just yet. Sale for Lotro points, but relatively soon, I would assume. And that'll be a couple thousand Lotro points. But right now, you basically have the entire game free. Which is always nice. Okay, yeah, technically. There is that. But I'm of the opinion where if you're playing the game and not necessarily rushing through, and you get to that point, you probably have enough Lotro points to get there. Okay, so I want to go to Estelden real quick. And then we'll see what these roving threats rewards, if they've been updated at any point. I mean, that server is still up. So I'm not sure if that kin is still up, though. I have never actually logged into Lorelyn before. I don't actually have a reference for it. Othwin. How you doing, Othwin? Okay, so it's an amazing run. We have an amazing horse. I don't know what you're on about. Yeah, there's 3 on sale for $3.99 each. So I said I don't technically need them, but maybe. No, hobby horse you can use anywhere. As I said, I've already got 3 scales, so I don't really need it. So you can buy these, but still otherwise nothing. So I could buy the Tome of the Pond Frog for 30. For example, if I were to go to... let's go Stangard, because it's relatively close to where we were before. Or it is where we were before. At some point, it was only usable in cities, but it is now usable anywhere. However, normally it's only, I think, 12% speed. But if you have the Journeyman Riding Bundle or Apprentice Riding Bundle, you can have it at 78% speed. It does say you may ride it in most towns and cities. So I don't know if that's still the intended use, but for example, I can just ride into the middle of nowhere, and it will rubber band me, but I can, you know, let's get it decently out of the way so it's not like still counting us wherever, but we can just go wherever we like. And there's no issues, which is always nice. That's why I always like to ride with it, because it just looks ridiculous sometimes. I mean, what you on about? It's the best horse. I even named it Kanpeki, which I think is... I can't remember what language it was, but it means perfect. I think, was it like Japanese or something? It is Japanese for faultless, flawless perfection. I also love the animation when I'm in battle, because right now I'm just kind of lifted it up, but I'm still holding my spear. The only problem, right, that I have with it is if I get into a battle, if I get into combat with something, let's say this rockworm over here, in my head, doing this, I'm not on a horse. So I'm like trying to attack and I can't do anything. And then I realize, oh, my horse. You know, it's very odd. How much morale did I heal? Has that gone up? It used to be 1337, 1404. Probably because I upped my morale slightly. Yeah, is the curator still around? I actually haven't looked. I guess I can actually use my second account I logged into to find out. Someone told me it was gone, but I actually haven't gone to look. Yeah, I do wish there was more to the roving threats. I feel like they got slightly forgotten about, but also there's a lot of like internal stuff. So I don't know, like internal location stuff. So I don't know what they would do to necessarily like have roving threats. I guess you can still have a roving threat in like Gundabad, for example, right? There's nothing stopping that per se.
They tell me I was close to death. I remember...
Yeah. I wish the curator was just a more often thing. Somewhat disappointing. That they do that. That's kind of cool. If I double click my hotkey for game capture, it just kind of bypasses the horrible delay. Oh, my horse is so slow. Oh, and I got the horrible mouse issue, but you can't see it, so it's fine. I just realized I should have a new horse on this character. No curator. So sad. Oh, it means I didn't get my I didn't get what I wanted to buy. I wanted to get the I meant to go get the visiting banker and barber as well, but I didn't actually pick it up because I didn't have enough points. That's kind of disappointing. Someone saying, does that still work? Is it smoke? Right. Okay. Let's see if it's bugged still. Oh, yeah.
This is a place of quiet contemplation.
Now this is the best horse. My invisible horse. Why'd I do this? I can't fix it now. Actually, I don't know if going up a ladder fixes it. Nope. Still no. Why'd I do this? No, from what I understand, it still shows for other people you just standing normally. It's a client-side only thing, it seems. Which is funny, because it resets when I jump. I wonder what happens if I die in this state. That was a bad idea. Oh, I didn't even fix it. Gosh darn it. Well, let's make our way back into Karis Galadon, and this will be... I should be able to get through, but that rope is sometimes a little bit buggy. I don't know if I want to continue with this outfit. I think I've just gone the wrong way. Yep. Because going in my wardrobe... I don't like that. That's like more medium armor, which is what it is. This stuff's all light armor though, but I think it works for Fairend best. I do still have this though. That was my Lawmaster though. I think this is more of a Lawmastery thing. I've got that one or this one. This one also looks very nice in my opinion. But I kind of prefer it being white. Oh, that's a bit too white. What about Moria Silver? Always my backup is just Moria Silver. I could go for that, but Moria Silver is just far too expensive for me to justify it. I'm going to have to log out and log back in though, because that's going to get on my nerves. Eventually. But yeah, going on to sort of what I was saying earlier as well. Book 11, we can do... Too Great a Need, which then takes us into book 12 and therefore book 13. Book 13 then takes us to get the Dorwood interlude, which gets us something. Yeah, Tracery 86. How am I going back there again? I mean, maybe that'll be an idea. I think that works, right? If we just full on, you know, massive conduction. Yeah, book 14 interlude, Last March of the Ents gives you a cracked Rohirrim tracery. It's nice to have 4, and I think I will probably continue with this character and try and get those 4 because then that puts me up to 7 gold tracery tokens, which is 1 weapon's worth. Full Metal Alchemist it. I'll just become Alphonse. I want to make a character called Alphonse now that's just full, like... I guess what would he have to be? Like, I guess it doesn't really matter, but you can't, you'd have to cosmetically wear thingy. Outfit 3? What, for this character? I don't have an outfit 3. Oh wow, the lag. What are you talking about, Lindra? Oh, let me guess. I'm going to make a prediction. Reduced awareness. Nah. I mean... I guess that works, kind of. It's more tankish. I don't have a... That's outfit 2. What a beauty. Cool. Please work. Thank you. Okay, I'll complete this quest and then I'm going to relog because as funny as it is, this is slightly not the greatest way to play the game. See, that's you know, female dwarfs can't wear the bare-chested emote. Do you know that? Well, technically you can't have a female dwarf, but you can have a female stout axe. But there is actually a distinction where you cannot, as a female stout axe, wear it, which means somewhere on there it wouldn't let you do it for technically any race, right? How do I get up to these things? How does it work? I'm just gonna manually go up. I think I can. Pretty sure I've seen stout axes with it. I don't think there's much of a difference. I could go on Scarshoe and just look it up. Because if I go on here, right, I'm going to assume if I look up the bare-chested thing, right? I mean, yeah, I think that's somewhat commonly a thing, right? Commonly said.
The Malon trees of Lothlorien are the mightiest to be found anywhere.
Mordorith. Yes.
Greetings to you.
The False King. I guess I can't really... I need to log it anyway, but it's not going to show too much if I go on Item Treasury because it's still going to let me technically wear it. Actually, no. I think I should still check, shouldn't I? Okay, so they've just put up the downtime notice. Right, so let's see what the update notes are going to be. What are the update notes for tomorrow? Is there anything that affects me? Let's look. Enid So interesting. Mornshaw's ritual of the forest. Oaken limbs no longer spawn beneath the ground. Scouring of the woods. Shrine of Ook has been restored to its proper location. Several patrol points update now. Quest properly. Okay, I haven't had issues with those personally. Den of Puglike, don't really care about. Or Durstrok as well. The Yondershire. The quest guide has been updated for Gamwich, game hunter in Yondershire, making it easier to find sickle flies. Some missing map notes in Yondershire. Patrolling the Yondershire wall. Wait, what's this one down here? Time of the Chestnut Corgi has been corrected to bind on acquire since it's granted as a gift to every character for the account. I did see that it wasn't bound to character, and I was going to say, what is the chance that people are going to be holding onto them and like trading them after to players that missed out on them kind of thing. But do you get it? So if I make a character after May 10th, do I still get it? I don't know. Improvements have been made to the algorithm that checks whether opening a lockbox might exceed the cap for a given currency. Interesting. Yeah. I saw the like firework corgi as well. People are selling, but I think that one is actually just unbound. Terrain issues in the Breland homesteads. Interesting. Anor, the Atmores once again properly closed. PvP should not be able to be below the live level cap. Legendary minimum level has been increased to 449. I think I knew about that one already. But yeah, not really too much in regards to that. let's just have a quick look at... Literally the reason we came on this character was just to see if this bare-chested emote worked on a stout axe. I guess it doesn't. I thought it did. Either way. I actually haven't noticed it, but I haven't really been to my, like, outside my house all that often. That seems a bit redundant. Kind of sad. Not that I really had much of a need for it. Okay. So now let's go find Galadriel. I just want to purposely say names as wrong as I can. Where's the... There's a ladder somewhere. In the time that I'm finding this ladder, I could probably make my way down. I think it's over here, yeah. And let's make our way back and hopefully remember how I do this. Let's have a look. That's weird. It opens up in like OBS. How very interesting. That's kind of nice actually that so I have chat in OBS at the minute and it just opens up in an OBS window rather than like a separate Chrome. Kind of nice. Interesting. I think actually I have seen that, not necessarily in Bree. Oh, I've seen it in Bree, but not in the homesteads. So yeah. Kingstead? What's Lindral doing in Kingstead? Nope, won't let me jump over. So sad. Secret? I'll go secret. I'll do that. And then... just gotta wait. It's gonna deny my request.
I hope you enjoyed your respite.
I've never been so insulted in my life. Oh, there he is. Says you're in Mirkwood. It's not right, is it? Really is a secret. Somehow you've done it. Oh no, I've gone offline. My worst nightmare. I'm a hobbit.
Hey, you do it to me all the time. So I mean, you know.
We always knew that the company of the
Just trying to get you to play Palpadol.
what road to take.
Give it a little bit and I'll end up catching up to him. You know, with Kestor. Imagine that. Congratulations, Frodo, on completing your 15th anniversary. Undin's pretty easy to get through, to be fair. Oh, is that... Are you going through to get the SOS thing? Is that maybe what you're doing? I don't know. Yeah, man. Oh, I've got to walk northwest. I hate this one so much. Because they take forever to talk, and then I'm like, I don't have a reference to where I'm supposed to be, and it's very annoying. Okay, then we gotta walk further. Let's run. Alright. So slow. How am I the fast one as a hobbit? Okay. Climb the stairs to the southeast so you may be alone in your thoughts. Until Gandalf comes into my thoughts. Imagine having just a run, like a really fast run speed boost, but like duration it just as long as the cooldown. It's pretty much infinite, right? I think of Gandalf. Yeah, he's dead though. I think of Gandalf the Grey. He's deaded. Very unfortunate times. Oh, now I lag out to Bilbo. Nice. I mean, I'm not sure Ghost the See-Through would be in Frodo's thoughts. You know. A heavy burden. You are so small and weak. So demeaning. You're so weak. In desperation, you slip the ring on your finger. I was like, what on earth deed did I do as Frodo? Ugh. Frodo. I'm pretty sure I've tried, and I'm pretty sure it's got a invisible wall around it. You know how I am with trying to jump off stuff. See, it's just an invisible wall. I can't even go up the top there. Why'd you always want me to die, Ghost? That's actually just, like, kind of concerning.
Take it off, fool! Take it off! Take off the ring!
Thanks, Gandalf. Much appreciated. And I'm finally back in the game. Only for myself to immediately just, like, be put back in a thingy. Can't remember exactly the enemies you're on about. I'm pretty sure there are enemies that are, like, the kind of point of them is they're, like, Beornings, but spiders instead of bears. There's a whole storyline to do with that, but with,
You will need a guide to bring you to the
oh, what's the other guy called? Radagast, that's it. The Ongoladan, whatever they're called. I guess that name. Pretty sure. They're more close to
The
Beornings.
lady has spoken to me about this, and I would
And that's kind of
for nothing.
what the whole storyline is about. There isn't actually even, as far as I'm aware, a reference to the Gurdain in that storyline. So it's not really something they focus on. You need to get that better internet, guys. You know? It's really becoming a problem.
The Lady Galadriel is wise to send Corridon as your guide.
I'm just saying what the story is, right? I can't change what the story says to us. If they might be, it's just not part of that quest line. There's a similar name scheme. I'm sure there's a relation. But I'm just saying, in that quest line,
I will give you
as
a
far
knife
as I'm aware,
and other
doesn't
food
even
for
reference them.
2 weeks.
So much traveling. This should take us near the river, though. This is the whole story river thing. Kind of want to test what it does when I say I haven't got a story, because I haven't actually done too much on here. So I wonder if it doesn't show, let's say, Moria, because I haven't done Moria on here, like, fully. Because obviously Feyran's done all of it, so doesn't exactly have... Well, he does have a lot of stories, which is kind of the point.
The last time I traveled south, orcs were gathering on the
Oh, it's Corridan. I like Corridan. It's a lot of back and forths. I feel like instead of having me go to everybody, bring everybody to just like the central area and it'll be a lot quicker. And then everybody's on the same page. I don't have to redirect information. I'm just their messenger boy. It's always the way. Okay.
Wadu's sword is thirsty for more adventure.
I thought she was like thirsty for blood.
This land of elves is a long way from Enidwaith. A long way from my people.
Okay, so now we gotta find orcs again. I was having... Dampe was on. What? I never even noticed. How did I not know this? Well, the game thought he was online at least long enough that it said he was offline. I mean, at least with that, there's not really too bad a loading screen. The loading screen, if anything, is speeding it up. Hey, Mattman, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Yeah, like it is kind of a self-contained thing because it's just Karis Galdon, and it is being sped up by the ladders, but it's still a little bit frustrating. The game will play Dampe itself. It's the only way I'll level up. That was a lot easier than last time. I think I just knew where stuff was a little bit better this time. That's the idea, innit? Alright, let's jump. Come on. Yep. Thank you. So you just like not sort of playing, or are you just gonna give it a minute? Is that the plan?
You did not find the bow. Nona and I did not either.
Whatever
I think the game just wants you to brute force your way through the Undun Foothold.
so I can thank Horn.
Okay.
What do you need?
Vanguard. You're not playing. Maybe it'll sort itself later. Maybe we can get you back on.
You were looking for Horn. Good. Take him with you.
He's such a meanie. Wow, that was bad. But yeah. I think we can possibly... Did I say what quest it was? Like what level quest it was? So book 9, chapter 9. I don't know how many's in this book. How many's in book 8? I think book 8's like relatively close to finishing. So there's 10 in book 7. 13 in book 8. And then 9 in book 9.
Did she survive?
I think it's possible that we can get it done tonight. We've got like 3.5 hours. Oh, is it in here? I mean, reduced awareness is like the best status effect I get all the time though. If I was a bit more like memey with the videos, I almost would just like randomly have the video go to like 240p and just have reduced awareness pop up. But also I just don't want to do that to like the quality of a video, for example. I'm gonna wait for it to come up, and then we should like try and make a green screen overlay. That'd be interesting. Just put it on any video. It's like I would never want to be too antagonistic, but I feel like it would be really funny to like I can imagine someone you know when the servers were down, right? For ages because of the 15th anniversary stuff. When they were like putting up on Twitter like we're working on it. I feel like it would be kind of funny, but also just a bit too harsh to be just reply to them with the reduced awareness. Just an image of that. I feel like I'd be too antagonistic, but I also would find it quite funny. But it's also a bit unfair. So I can never do stuff like that. I'd be like, oh, I'm being so mean. But yeah.
Welcome and well met.
I still think that there should just be that basically the equivalent of the Final Fantasy 14 copy pasta thing, but with like the level 95 stuff. I mean, there's even more now, right? With the basically up to 130, right, for free. I think it could be. I think it could have a lot of use. Just gotta wait for it to come up, and then, I mean, I could just always screenshot it from stream, to be fair. Still.
Cruel even to their own.
Our band of companions grows. We will still fit in the one boat, but it will not be comfortable. Let us go to the boat together.
I feel like there are some like sort of funny things that you could use based on that. They really need to do some like audio leveling with those intros.
The river Anduin is as familiar to me as
I feel like
the
that's
battle.
crazily loud.
Still a journey of some days. We must stop here for the night.
You know, one thing I really wish I was looking at this earlier, right? Because so my plan for today, other than doing the gear checker thing, is I wanted to do a test run of a thumbnail, because I've talked about it before. I like to do thumbnails to kind of get a vibe for a video idea before I make the video, right? Maybe not the best way of doing it, but it's a way I like to kind of do it. And we've talked about doing the like the Amarthiel video, the Narmaleth Marthiel Sarah Oak Carty type video. And I was sort of planning out ideas for that in my head. I think we had a really good title for it, but I can't remember it off the top of my head. But I really think the picture they have, like the render they have of Amarthiel, is just really nice. And it's kind of disappointing. Like, it would be really cool if that was just what it looked like, right? Imagine if... It probably would need updating. But look at that. Is that not just like... Imagine if the game looked like that. Obviously, like... This is 2008. A render from 2008. Imagine if that was the graphics update. I think that would be pretty good. It's like the Narmalist stuff. Like, that would... I think would look good, right? But yeah. I have no story to share. Gonna be the grumpy one. I don't want to be part of this. I want to go to sleep. Just let me sleep. But yeah, I was probably going to use that, or there's also this image. I need to find a better quality version of it, but same sort of thing as well. I mean, there's also that, yeah. I saw someone post on the subreddit the other day about how they were riding their horse and their two-handed axe just like digs into the back of their horse. They're like, if only it faced the other way. I also feel like in some cases, again, it would be like a small thing. There's some cases with armor, like for Feyrend, for example, there is a teeny bit of clipping on my shoulders and my like robe, basically, like clipping, overlapping and stuff. It would be nice to have it sort of almost like, I don't know, cull away the lower layer almost, or like hide the lower layer around, so it doesn't actually clip like that. But I don't know if that would make it like just look flatter almost. But rather than like, some cosmetics look really nice, but then having stuff clip through can just look a bit awkward. Oh, I just thought of a really funny thing that I'd love to be able to implement. I'm not sure how it would work, right? Could you imagine? So you know how on Iron Man we have like these detrimental effects or whatever for the marks. Imagine if there was a way you could put in like channel points, and it's something called reduced awareness, and it like makes my screen blurry or something. I'm not sure how you do it, and it would probably make the stream look weird. But I think that would be kind of funny in a weird way. Oh, damn. It'd be really cool if it would like look fine on stream, but then look bad for me. But I don't know how you do that. You probably have to have a weird overlay and then have an interaction with that, which technically would work. If it was something running an overlay over the top of my monitor, I could probably still capture the game fine, but then have the like bad overlay thing. Blacks out my whole screen. Would be an interesting time. Do you know, so I've been looking at this this is a completely random thing, by the way. Nothing really related. Oh, look, I've got reduced awareness. I'm taking a screenshot. So I was there was this whole thing about I don't know if people have seen this whole like Twitch partnership news stuff about the split changes and whatever. I'm not really too fussed about that personally. I don't really care. But something that was interesting and I think would be more interesting is the exclusivity thing is potentially being taken away. So right now there's like, I don't think it would matter because clearly they're not going to be like keeping tabs on me. But the whole idea of streaming simultaneously to Twitch and YouTube, if that actually gets reduced, I might actually start multi-streaming potentially. I wouldn't not stream on Twitch, but it would be a case of probably streaming on both. I think that could just be an overall benefit. There's a lot of people that I know that have seen my videos and then have just only then realized that I stream on Twitch.
But Horn wants us to help him.
Lady Galadriel entrusted me with knowledge of our true mission.
I think that's something that I've been thinking about. Why not? I mean, I'm sure there'll be potential shortcomings, but from what I've heard, like, YouTube streaming has gotten better. I did very briefly stream on YouTube. So there is that. I've heard things. I do have VODs, I will say. So I actually have a couple of VODs up, but they're privated at the minute. Like, I have a few up, but I'm trying to catch up, but I've also got a few up, but they're privated. So I am trying to make my way through that. I am actually doing that. But it takes quite a long time to actually upload my VODs. Because I actually record my VODs in higher quality. So instead of just having the stream VOD at 6,000 kilobits, I record my streams. I actually record my streams at 4 times the quality. So technically, the reason I do it is I record my VODs or my streams at the quality that I also record my videos, so that I can use them as a video if I need to, right? That's the plan. That was the idea. But it does mean that they take a little bit longer. So let's say a 6-hour stream, that technically will take... I think it technically takes like 12 hours to upload or something like that. And then if I'm streaming during that, then it takes even longer. So, yeah, it's an odd one. That's why I was slowly doing it, because when I'm like not streaming for 2-3 days in a row, I'm like, oh, cool, I can catch up with VODs. I can like put those up. But now that I'm streaming every day, hopefully this week and next week, it has slightly slowed things down. Maybe I should just release one after today. Also, I've had issues where I can't actually log into my YouTube account, which is very odd. Don't know if anybody knows what's up with that. I actually can't log into my YouTube account on Steam, on Chrome. So I have 2 channels. I have like my channel that I upload on, and then the channel I like watch stuff on, because it's an older channel and it has like some other subscriptions and stuff. And I somewhat like to keep things a little bit separated. I can't log into my actual proper account from Chrome. That is actually what I do. So I actually have my VOD uploading process is I have my old PC, which, you know, the specs don't matter, but it's still like relatively good, 1060, 7700K, etc. It doesn't really matter. It's just uploading. It's currently on. It's actually just at the end of my bed. But basically, I have a software. I can't remember the name of it, but it allows me to limit a specific program to a certain bitrate, so I can still stream my desired bitrate and upload without them impacting each other. And then I think if I'm uploading while I'm streaming, the way it works is normally my stream gets the lower priority for some reason. So that way, I actually do upload while I'm streaming. It just means I can upload slower whilst I'm streaming. And then I can just untoggle that box, and then it uploads at full speed, essentially. I was actually looking... So when I went to college, when I was in college, I used to upload my videos from there because they actually had proper fiber. It was like 200 up or something. Crazy. I was like... Part of me was looking to see if there's anywhere close that just had like better than my Wi-Fi. But like I could actually use it. But there's not really anything like that. The only place I know somewhat close to me, and it's not even close enough that it would make sense, that's good enough, is the hospital. The closest hospital to me has like 30 up or something, compared to my like 16 up. I mean, it's something we've looked into, is just having that higher higher upload rate, right? I know Ghost has like got 1 gigabit. I actually jokingly said to Ghost that it's probably quicker for me to ship him a hard drive full of VODs and him upload them before I can upload like 2. Which is kind of crazy. But I actually have the fastest internet I can get in my area, and the place I'm actually ideally hoping to move to actually has, I think, not necessarily worse, but not better either. I think in some cases it's slightly faster down, but not any different on the up. So yeah, BT's fun old time. I mean, nowhere around here has anything. Like, I've technically got fiber, but I think the fiber's just going to like the like distribution bit, and then it's just regular old copper lines from there. We did look at a thing. I did find a place that would do like gigabit up and down, but it's like obviously expensive, and they have to like lay lines down, so it's obviously a lot more expensive than that. Yeah, I can at least log into my channel, but only through, I think, Firefox, which it was already logged into because I liked having them separate again, but very odd. I mean, I will say I do get the internet that I pay for. So I do at least have that. I will say that much. But the problem is it's still not like good, great, or anything.
Greetings, friend of the Rohirrim.
Right, so what I'm gonna do real quick, I am just gonna run off for a minute, and then we'll go continue on with this this content. All right, so I'll be back in a minute or two, and yeah, then we'll see how things go. All right, so BRB. And we're back. Okay. That's good. Good for you, Rodwin. So proud. Come on. More session plays. Don't you love it? See, the thing is, obviously more download is nice, but I actually use my upload a lot more than I use my download. I'll occasionally download, but a lot of my nights is uploading for stream, uploading the stream, like the VOD. So, kind of odd one. I do love these ones. The dwarf, the elf, Aragorn, that halfling, the other halfling, Frodo's servant, you know? Oh, I've got to find Frodo. Is it this way? I know. I just found it funny. They could have very easily just put Frodo, Sam, you know. But yeah. Nice. That's what I expect out of a Hobbit. Yeah. So we had that session played as Frodo a minute ago, and now we are on the opposite side as Boromir. Frodo's gone. You should return to the campsite and see if he'll forgive you for your outburst. Frodo's not here. Oh no. Well, that weren't very clever, was it, Boromir? I assume it would just be like the wizard if it was Gandalf, you know? Looking at more internet packages, it's so funny that there's two packages here. The more expensive one is actually worst. Out of the two, which is just funny. Oh, can I just like... I can just like carry on, can't I? I don't actually have to follow all of them. Oh wow, that's so far away. I mean, wouldn't be too far off. And another Boromir session play. I mean, if you got 21... Oh, what, like enhancement runes?
Someone cut a mighty swath through the Uruks in the east wall. But was it enough to save our mutual friends from certain death?
No. Probably not. He's not exactly the greatest help at the moment. The hobbits need your help. I should just leave them. Get Treebeard to help him. I just feel like session plays are a bit slow sometimes. Like, especially when you've actually got to attack enemies. It's just... the animations feel slow. Cooldowns are a bit eh. That's true, actually. Yeah. Continuity issues. Maybe he was just purposefully ignorant. Like, he knows them, but he just doesn't care enough. But now there's issues, and he's like, you know, I've caused the problem, he's got to be a bit more attentive. I hate how enemy like allies go back. I hate the way they aggro, basically. Yeah. This one's actually Frodo. Over here, you know, Merry's actually Gandalf. Or that, yeah, just slightly mixed up. That would actually be more amusing. This is why I actually like the way Gundabad did their session plays, kind of like session plays, where, for all intents and purposes, yes, it's a session play, but you just play as your own character. Which I know isn't as immersive, but, like, I would be my Runekeeper, for example. And although it wouldn't be, you know, fitting, because I'm throwing fire at these guys, it just means it's a bit more fluid, I guess. Like, I know what the skills do. I don't know if the slowness is also partially the lag. I don't know if that also... So, wait, what happens if I accept these quests? Oh, I can't. Oh, wait, no. I'm going to accept these quests as Boromir. Because the war effort needs me. See, these guys could have just run off by now. I don't know why they didn't. Blow the Horn of Gondor. Should have blown the Horn of Gondor like as early as possible. That'd be nice. Yeah. Hi guys, I'm over here. Come kill me. You've doomed us all. Was that Hidden Horde lag challenge mode? Nice. It's fine. They're all lagging. They don't know what they're doing. Just thwack them across the face. I think in some ways they are kind of making you have these higher level enemies or higher morale enemies to make you feel stronger. But you are just killing them very slowly. Boromir tires, my power is still the same and I have a lot more health. I do not tire. If I were Boromir, then I could actually, like, you know, actually do this. Done yet? Run while you can, hobbits. Oh, what's this? I'm going to blow the Horn of Gondor and they're all going to come. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Spoilers. These guys could have run away so much more. So much quicker. We wouldn't have had these issues. I was letting me run for a second. Yeah. These enemies just slowly walking out. Let's just have a chat. Let's have an even longer loading screen, shall we? There we are. Oh, now we gotta... Bloodstain on a tree? I didn't even know that was a quest, apparently. I didn't mean to attack you. Sure. I should have 30k damage. Smolder and Wrath for 30,000 damage. Nice.
Have you come any closer?
Not what I want, right? I want to... Oh, I've got to go all the way down here. So there are, like, quests that it'll like, get you to do, but... Oh, reduced awareness. Nice. It's all I see. I don't know at this point, because I'm pretty sure there's some, like, Mordor flags about. Oh, no, yeah, no, they had the white hand thing, so that actually would be. I'm thinking of a different place. So much travel. So I think the next one's a Frodo thing. But I more meant Hobbit thing. I think it's Frodo and Sam in the boat, if I remember correctly. I like how from this I was supposed to be getting Theodred's Riders rep, but I've just ended up getting the legendary token. This should be the last one, though. And then To the Wold, and then Book 8 should be a bit quicker, I hope. And then Book 9's a lot quicker, even more, so. Give me 1 second.
Those footprints are hobbit-sized. What became of our mutual friends on that dangerous day?
Hi, Pippin. They just got the same animation. It's kind of creepy. I don't know if I've got any... I'll be able to check once I get out of the session play. I don't know if I've got any that aren't polished already. That's my only thing. But I will have a look with my alt-holic stuff. But I can't do it while I'm in session play, sadly. Right. Boromir, where have you been? It's like all coming together. You know, first we were Frodo and we saw where Frodo went to, and now we're seeing where Boromir, you know, what Boromir did after, and now we're seeing what we did after. These two are going to run off up that way. Stay with Aragorn. Doesn't trust us. But redeem yourself now. Yeah. At least he did redeem himself, right? How is a hobbit keeping up with you, Aragorn? Plain old hobbit sense. Hobbit sense. I just want Sam, but dressed up as, like, Spider-Man now. You know how you occasionally get people dressed up as, like, Captain America? In the game, I saw one at War of Three Peaks quite recently. I want Sam, but dressed up as Spider-Man. Using Hobbit sense. I could tell you a joke if I wanted to. Hi, Frodo. Hobbit sense. He's thinking about it. He's thinking about it. Those dead eyes. At least that was quick. I feel like the second Boromir one was probably like the worst. The first two were just kind of talking. I always find the session plays that actually have you attacking is the problem. I mean, I still have a picture of Aragorn's eyes. The very high definition Aragorn. Weirdly high definition, considering. I've got to go all the way up there. Oh, reduced awareness. Should have a reduced awareness counter. Ticks up every single time. Gets even worse. I mean, I don't really notice a change between reduced awareness. Yeah, just give up. I had to reduce the reduced encounter. Awareness counter, sorry. 9 hours, 23 minutes. Nah, I don't think we're going to go quite that long. Alright. I don't know how you increase the number. 11 minutes, yeah, sure. Let's go for 11 minutes. Should have probably just got the Stable Master up to here, to be honest, shouldn't I? That would have been a good idea. Streaming until the servers close. I mean, that could be forever, or it also could be, like, in a minute, to be fair. If I was more, like, as I said, if I was more aggressive, I could be like, I want to, like, almost send a GIF when the servers are, like, down. Just send, like, a GIF of a hamster in a wheel, you know? But I don't feel like I'm that mean a person. But am I that mean a person if I thought about it? I've thought about it and gone, that would be horrible. I don't want to do that. Does that make me a bad person? I don't know. If I never go through with it. I mean, I would find it funny. I think that's more the point, right? I think it would be funny, but I wouldn't want to come across as being, like, a mean person. Right? I have a reputation to uphold, you know? Clearly the most reputable person in Lotro. Obviously. So I'm going to become a horrible person. Just flip the switch. Like, ghost you. Can't even think of an example. And I'll be like, see all the nice things I did you? That clearly outweighs it. Yeah, I gave up using Reshade a while back. I think it looked nice for some of the things, but I think when I was recording, I didn't really like it. There's also situations, and I guess the skin could come into this as well. When I'm like streaming or recording or what have you, and if I had Reshade on or all these other settings, I feel like someone could come in and be like, why doesn't my game look like this? I do still get that with the skins. People are like, hi, why does yours look like this? But I mean, if Ghost is the one getting the repercussions from me being a mean person, then it probably will include him. Right? I think that's a fair assessment. What's this? Let's have a look, right? Okay. What are we looking at? Yeah, I'm not a huge fan. You can kind of see the grain, right? Oh, is there a page one? I didn't realize. I don't know how this like OBS browser thing works. It's really over sharpened. I don't know if it comes across on stream. It's also a massive photo if it's taking it this long to download. They probably like upscale this or something. Almost bet. I'm actually gonna bring it up on my main browser, and I'm just really curious to see what size that image is. It's even called WoW 2. the image. Real quick, I'm just gonna do this. I want to save the image, but I don't want it to like I didn't want it to show up on the wrong window. So that's 2214 by 1398. So like 2K, to be fair. You can tell it's a weird aspect ratio. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of, like, you can kind of tell the over sharpening and it's almost a bit grainy. It's very bright as well. I think that one looks all right, to be honest. I think that one actually looks quite fine. Does feel a bit soft around here. That's just, he's been murdered in this picture. He's just been destroyed. That one could just be like, again, it's like, there's a difference between having a nice not thumbnail necessarily, but like screenshot versus, I don't think I could play it like this, in my opinion. That just hurts my eyes. Ow, I'm just gotta scroll through that. Ah. That actually, oh. Not a fan of that. I'm not saying it's bad if you like playing like this. It's just I personally at some point decided reshade is not for me. Oh, I forgot there was a Guise of Karazgar. I think especially when you have a direct comparison as well. It's kind of a bit awkward. Again, I could see them being like nice screenshots, but I don't think I could play it like that personally. But more power to you if you want to. Do you know at some point I actually, right, this is going to sound really dumb. I think I've said this on stream before. I at some point did use my computer, and I think I did stream at least one stream with my sunglasses on. But I think that was also not because it was too bright, right? The reason I did it was because I was streaming like really late at night and it was straining my eyes, and I didn't just wearing sunglasses made it less strainful on my eyes. The only other thing I've done, and I don't know if I could find the video specifically for it, but so, you know, in Angmar, there's a bit where you rescue, I think it's Laodin or Goladir, I can't remember. You rescue someone from like Amarthiel, and there is later a session play thing where you play as the Angmarin that's around there. When I was doing that, I actually, when I recorded that, it might be on the Legendary server, I can't remember. When I recorded and uploaded that video, or edited it, I actually did a little bit of color correction to kind of lower the reds a bit, I think. I didn't go through with it, if I remember correctly, now. But there was actually times where I've tried to do a little bit of color correction-y stuff. I think the game looks fine, like, as it is. I'm not expecting the game to be, like, 2022 new game just released, but I actually haven't really had any issues with the textures. I'm not like, I understand the game's 15 years old. I don't think it looks necessarily like a 15-year-old game. It doesn't look like a, it more looks like probably like a 5-year-old game, I'd say.
Horn is an unusual
Right?
I will keep an eye on him for you.
The last time I traveled,
There are places, obviously, where it's a bit, like,
on the riverbank.
less great, but I think for the most part, it looks pretty good. But I'm also not really a huge, like, graphics guy. There's some people, it's the be-all, end-all.
You have urgent business within Rohan?
Oh, that's interesting. It's technically not as good.
Some of my men are
Yeah, I think it's mechanics and engine stuff that kind of is what makes it a 15-year-old game, other than it literally being 15 years old. I do think in some cases it would be beneficial for them to do like some geometry updates almost, if that makes sense. So there's like, some very sharp, straight geometry pieces, if that makes sense. That if were like slightly smoothed out, I feel like would certainly make things nicer. So do I have to do all the quests in the Wold or in Langhold?
Our success depends upon our strength. Will you aid us?
Like if I go to Harwick now, can I do it? Can't remember. Yeah. That's, I kind of guess what I'm saying. I don't know if I can find an example, but I guess maybe something like this. You can see these like points, and if there were just like some more, I feel like it might seem more natural. There was kind of a very obvious one where I was a minute ago, but I can't really show now. I think most items in the game, most man-made sort of stuff, right? Technically, like this bench, I think it's fine. It's more the landscape. And I think a lot of the time you do look at the landscape more than you look at some of these buildings. I'm pretty sure this area is quite a good place to get a load of gear if you're coming through here first. I think there was actually a quite good club when I originally came through here. Cool. Find a task or errand. But I think they did, okay, no, I can't remember. I know they're hiring a new concept artist, though. That could be interesting. It's alright. More time to catch up to Palpadol. It's actually a thing we're going to do. I'm going to no-life it. Reduced awareness again. I think an issue when you have like a world like this, though. Let's say they wanted to update the textures. I'm sure it's not all one massive texture, but it is probably quite a big joined up texture. In some cases, like I'm sure there's just like maps and whatever, so there's a lot of textures. I love Smoldering Wrath. It's just I really wish I could use Smoldering Wrath as my first like skill. You're doing like 36k damage. Technically, like every second is just crazy. There is a way I can do it, because if I were to do Volcanic Runestone into it, it's great. Don't want to get too distracted. I was going to say earlier, like, oh, I'm not going to get distracted by the Salamander's quests, but then I remember that, yeah, I actually have to do them. What was the skill that I saw earlier? Combustion? Was that it? Was that the one, I think? Where I'm like, just send down a thing? That. I just think some of these Redline Runekeeper animations just look great. So you can get Steady Hands. It has a 40-second cooldown. Refocuses achievement from one extreme to the other. After use, skills cost no power for 15 seconds. I think there is a way, I could be wrong. Maybe in one of these things. There's a way for Steady Hands where you can, if you use Steady Hands and then use something that is going to put you to neutral attunement. Instead of doing neutral attunement, it just does the opposite. So let's say I was at 10 or 9 on my battle attunement. I use steady hands. It takes me to 9 on my healing attunement. I then use, I don't know. I haven't got a skill, but okay, let's say Words of Exaltation. Returns to neutral attunement. Instead of going to neutral, it will just then send me up to 9 thingy. So that is part of, at least, part of yellow line rotation. So where's Cinder? Where's my Cyndaquil? Oh, I hate trying to do that. I messed up. Sometimes I click into Smoldering Wrath twice and it cancels it, and I really think that shouldn't be the way that works, but sure. Yeah, that sounds about right. Can I just... Okay. Not quite as elegant as I wanted it to be, but... I still want to find out if you can get any trace-free things from these blue boxes. That would be nice. Maybe a reason to actually repetitively do them. Yes. Flashing images. Using a skill that returns you neutral attunements will cause steady hands to trigger again for 6 seconds. Yeah. One more salamander nest and we're done with that bit. I haven't done any yet. I haven't really done anything with the festival, honestly. It's kind of a problem. I've only got a week left, right? Unfortunately for this festival, there isn't much like the Yule Sacks and stuff. I really want to do... When it gets to December again, obviously 7 months away, so a bit of a wait, but when it gets to that point, I would like to do a opening 1,000 Yule presents video. Because I think that'll be just interesting. It'll take a while, but it's actually relatively doable.
Welcome. Stay a moment and speak with me.
I have heard that the fireworks thing only gives yellow things, annoyingly. Someone was like, oh, it gives yellow traceries or enhanced runes. I think it was traceries. And someone was like, is that yellow or is that gold? Like, there's obviously a difference. But apparently it's only yellows, which kind of sucks. If that is the case. That is 15 times, crikey. And then we get told off, you know? It's like, hey, stop being stupid. Six more to go. I don't even know how many more quests there are to this area, to be honest. I think we're relatively close. Come on. Make it easier to hit them. Deeds for it. Yeah, so these ones will be used, these fireworks, which is something I do want to do. And then use fire breathing potion 300 times. These can be purchased during the summer festival. Oh, right, okay. So flurry of fireworks, challenge, short fuse. Complete a flurry of fireworks without letting any fireworks launch early. And then there's also that for the fellowship. More reduced awareness? Oh, I didn't get reduced awareness. I'm getting some FOMO here. Yeah, I think you can get some fireworks that you can use to get thingies at the moment, right? I saw some at least. It'd be nice to get some more skills. And whilst Ghost isn't here, he can never know.
What brings you to these lands?
55 quests for the world. What is this, the Shire? Cool. I think we're close to being done.
Will you aid the Horse Lords? Our success.
Question. Oh, no, damn it.
Will you aid us?
I think you have to go question the farmer, and then you have to like go down here and then go talk to these like brigands. Again, it's a little bit quicker because of the whole not getting attacked thing, but yeah.
The Dunlendings rally to the banner of the White.
Yeah, see. I would like to get to 95 on this character relatively soon. 95 is where it becomes a little bit awkward because once we pass that threshold, we can't use level 50 traceries anymore. But I do want to get myself some level 86 traceries, ideally, so... Does it really matter? Not sure. Did. Yeah, I'm currently doing it on Tracery. My Tracery character, literally named Tracery, is level 87 at the moment. So that does mean that I can start doing this quest line, which is nice, and getting what like this token as well. But it also means that the boxes I open, I've currently already used one, but that means when I make a new character, I can have 12. Right now I can only get 3, I think, or 6 with that character because of the age of it and when they change stuff around. But yeah. Basically, every time I make a character and get it to, let's say, 86, I can get all the tracery tokens I need. I was actually thinking of making a warden for it. And then... like, I can kind of use the traceries almost. Or I could open the boxes as I go as well and potentially get traceries rather than worrying about it later. If that makes sense. But I also feel like it's quicker to use a faster class. Like a Bjorning or a Hunter. And just trade them over. I mean, the tokens themselves are always from like epic quests, but the boxes are more like side content, it seems. A large tracery carrier. Annoyingly, from what I've heard, it doesn't let you put enhancement runes in it, which is a bit of a pain. Does Ray of Fire have a damage over time? It does. I should use that one. It's on Palpatine at the minute.
Why are you bothering me?
But yeah. I don't really know what I'd otherwise use for it, right? Because I can, if it can't put enhancement runes in it, I tend to, I guess it would put heritage runes in it, I guess, right? And essences. But I don't really feel like I know what I'd put in it. I mean, if enhancement runes do then stack to 100, that's still a bit of a pain. 500 would make more sense. But I guess the idea is that you probably want to, like, spend them. But right now, we can't max out ours more, so it doesn't really matter. I think on most normal characters, by the time you're maxing out, like, your, let's say, heraldries, you're probably leveling up your next ones to, like, 86. Or upgrading to, like, the next tier to level up, sort of thing. But I also partially feel like, I don't know, I'm probably just going to level up and not worry about the enhancement runes and just getting to the next tier. The only time I might do it is like level 50 to 86, and then I'll just start getting 86 ones, and then immediately that saves me like however many enhancement runes, and then I'm already just getting more powerful. Yeah, I guess if you're over capped already, but I currently have 45, so nothing massive. Yeah, I feel like they should have all the caps be higher. I remember they were going to do higher caps for motes and figments and embers, but then that got called off because of what they were also going to change. I still think the cap being changed wasn't the kind of the problem with that suggested change, so it makes me wish that they still changed it, personally. Which is weird as well, because there's actually a quest in Mordor, I think, where the reward is 2 stacked incomparable boxes. I don't know if they're enhancement runes or traceries, but when I last went through, it says 2, like a stack, but it only gives you 1. Which is very odd. But yeah, we'll get there eventually. How many more do I have left to do? Let's have a look. What am I on? Book 8 now. So, War Steeds of the Wold. And then it should put Devastation of the North. So, Riverwatch Patrol is 6. And then there's 7, which is 2 landscape ones, 8, 9, and 10. Okay. So, we're actually more than halfway through, at least. And also, I just realized the remaining quests. So, I don't think it's actually too bad. Especially if we can run through without actually having to worry about aggro. So if I came through here with my tracery character, then I should be fine. But going to the next bit will actually aggro me. Afternoon, evening. Hope you're doing well.
What business have you with the Rohirrim?
So yeah, I don't think it's too bad. And then, as I said, book 8 is 13 quests, and hopefully there isn't too much extra like this added on. Because, like, looking at it, I was like, oh, it's only, what, like 22 quests or whatever. But adding in an extra 10, 15 quests, obviously, makes a difference. Also, make sure I actually pick up that quest.
Will you aid the Rohirrim?
Now, another question. Any uses for these silver tokens of the Riddermark that I can find? At all. Anything that can help us. They can be traded for tokens of effort. No. Tokens of effort can be traded for them. Eastemnet shields, weapons, miscellaneous. The question is, are they bind on acquire? They are. Though, that said, if I start getting acquainted standing with the Men of Surcrofts, I can then spend these on the tailor recipes, because this character actually has a use otherwise, right? And potentially Traceries himself. I actually don't know. I mean, ideally, I'd also like to get the guide or return skill. That would also help. That's why I really need to get all my crafters and actually play them for a bit. Like my scholar, for example, still very much scuffed. And, you know, if I go do all the content that I can, obviously without burning myself out too much, I can start getting these, you know, reputations done for these more awkward, you know, bind to a character ones. I also need to have this just, like, start quests immediately, because with the lag... there we are. Yeah, with the lag, it's going to become problematic, and I'm going to end up messing up quests. You're not a valid target, apparently. I'm sorry. No, don't use that effect. The worst thing. Trying to 100% quest the game. Nice. That's kind of what we've got on one of our characters. That said, there are a lot of quests. So, at least you'll have a lot to do. I love that skill. I just love Fire Arcane. I know I said it like many times already, but animation-wise, I just love its stuff. Yo, how we doing? Right, there we are, and am I done? No, I've got to still get this Mordor Steel. I do wish I was like one-shotting a bit more. I feel like it is very... You either one-shot or you're like doing nothing, it feels like. Ain't played Lotro in so long. Well, there's a lot going on, so maybe it's time. Get all those free expansions if you haven't already. Okay, so those are all done. It's even worth it just for the mithril coins. I'm still so sad that I accidentally used one mithril coin earlier. Wasn't happy. Nope, it's just if you log in and you have a character above level 2, you get Mordor, Morgul, and War of Three Peaks Collector's Edition for free. And you also get just some extra rewards depending on if you're VIP or free to play, like a horse and some cosmetics. So even though I've got the ultimate editions of those 3 expansions, I also get the collector's edition stuff. So there's that, which also includes you getting a level 50, 105, and a level 120 Valor as well. So that's pretty nice. That's why I made like a load of accounts just to have one of each character Valard. I mean, what? I didn't do that. So yeah. And obviously with the free-to-play changes as well, the only content you have to buy is technically Far Anorian, or just Old Anorian, right? And then Gundabad when it releases for Lotro points. Yeah, even if you're free-to-play, because they made the free-to-play changes, which is up to Helm's Deep for free. Anyway, if you log in now, you'll get Mordor, Morgul, and War of Three Peaks, which does just leave you with Gundabad as an expansion, and then Minas Tirith as quest packs. And you also get 2 character slots, which is quite nice.
Greetings, friend of the Rohirrim.
Something I don't know if anybody really properly noticed that. But I noticed it like after I released my video, so. 2 character slots, so you can make 2 more characters. So if you're free to play, for example, you'll have 2 by default, right? So then you'll have 4 afterwards, so that you can make more characters and such. Actually brings up a point. I want to check. I don't know if anybody's actually looked. Does this current drop, like content drop basically, make you a premium account? How does it work? Because technically you're logged as being purchased. Oh yeah, also High Elf and Stout, not Stout Axe. It's High Elf and Beorning that you get. Stout Axe is still, do you get Stout Axe? I'm pretty sure you don't get Stout Axe. I know you don't get Brawler. I don't think you get Stout Axe. Because I made a point of not using it on my RK, right? Okay, so it still counts as a free-to-play. Oh no, yep, you do get Stout Axe. That's fair. It's just Brawler. That you don't get. Oh, it's because I didn't go Fire RK. That's why. Because I went Healing RK, which made a lot more sense for not... Well, Stout Axe didn't make more sense. Obviously, Stout Axe is best for Fire Runekeeper for the 3% fire damage.
Brings you to these lands.
Yeah, for some reason I just didn't think you get... I think it's the normal free-to-play you don't. I think that's what I'm maybe mixing up. Like, after the festival is done, after May 10th, right? Then any new characters or new accounts won't have Stout Axe because they won't have Morgul. I think that's what I'm thinking of. So yeah. Right, this should be our final quest, I think. Well, technically there's one after, but this is like the actual final sort of quest of it. Bulletin, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Let's fight a Nazgul, technically, right? Oh, do I have to return back? Did I accidentally slightly skip? I'm so impatient that I do this. I was like, oh, maybe it makes me want to, like, move. No, it doesn't. It just wants me to... Gosh darn it.
What business have you with the
The evacuees are safe. You should run to the defense of Langholz. Let's run on our horse. Well, I'm glad you enjoy. I enjoy streaming and making stuff, so win-win, I guess, for everybody. Well, most people, maybe. Another what? Another Runekeeper? Oh, or another, like, token? Is that what you're saying? I've forgotten the name, the title of my own Twitch stream. But I want another Trace 3 token. If all goes to plan, I'll actually have 4 more tokens. And then I'll almost be done, I think. I think I actually... No. Oh, so I'm going for a level 50 token now, and then I'm going to go for another 4 tokens of 86. So, yeah, okay. I was like, how am I getting so many level 50 tokens? And then I completely forgot that that's not how that works. I love that skill so much. It's so great. It's a Nazgul, the Reaver of Khand. I could take him. They're scared of fire, right? Isn't that a thing? Do you know how many times they could have probably just, like, killed me? You saw 4 deers. I saw a Nazgul. Does that count? What I should have actually said is, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. The most funny joke. I mean, that's a decent enough idea. You can, yeah, so you can also use the player house, which will be cheaper. So instead it will be more like a couple, like 5 gold, I think, for a premium house. Which is one nice thing. But at least one advantage you can have if you are using a Valard character is obviously you can go to like Ered Luin and the Shire and stuff, and you can pretty much one-shot most of those, well, hopefully, one-shot those enemies, which should make like Slayer deeds and questing a lot quicker and a lot easier, which therefore can accrue you some Lotro points a little bit quicker. The free-to-play does still have its house. I have paid forward quite a bit. I am not able to log in until the 11th, until like it's done with this free stuff, obviously. But yeah, I'm 99% sure still has this house. I mean, even if not, like, getting the house at that point was just a nice to have. It's not really a need. And also, like, I still don't know what I'm doing with the free-to-play. It's really up in the air. How did my inventory get so cluttered? Let's... Oh, what was the... I felt like it was ages ago. What was the ores you were looking for? Or the was it amethysts? Agates and amethysts. I've just remembered. Wait, so you're saying I'm not allowed? Okay, I've got no amethysts or thingies. Unfortunate. I'm still not really a huge fan of dwarfs, which is weird because I kind of at least like having stout axes. I'm just not a huge fan of dwarfs, but I do like stout axes even though they're the same essentially. Because I've got a stout axe runekeeper on my alt account, which is because they're like 3% more damage. And I like having... So I wanted a burglar, obviously, because I wanted one of each class, but I didn't want to be a hobbit. And I felt like a man burglar is a bit odd because it's like too tall. I want like a shorter class. So I went with Stout Axe because I also can get like more dagger damage and technically it's meta. And also on top of that, technically it gets more damage as well.
Our mission is dire.
Right. Oh, why am I picking up these quests? No. Learn how to participate in mounted combat by sending me to the Lotro store. Let's see how this goes with the lag. So what have I got? Enhanced Maroons level 50, tracery token, tracery token, tracery token, incomparable, incomparable. Okay. It's Ghost's favorite bit of content. Warsties. We love Warsties, right? To be fair, I think RK on Warsteed is pretty fine. It's got a ton of health stuff. Literally, it's got like 4 healing skills. It's kind of crazy.
Our mission is dire.
But you love Warsteeds, right? It's your favorite thing. I wish you could skip this if you've done it once, and I also wish you could skip skirmishes if you've done it once. I think those should be, like, skippable. Oh, I've got Gundabad hides. How do I have Gundabad hides? Oh, because I'm a tailor. That makes sense. Let's just put that there. Hides and stuff. Any tailor stuff? Any tailor scroll cases? Nope. It's fine. You just have to do the laps and then I'll just carry you. I'll just come around with the hunter. And it'll be fine, right? I'm going to make another hunter, level him to 86. And then we can have our, like, joined characters. Alright. Okay, that was easy. And now we got to do all of them. To be fair, I think the War Steed is probably one of the worst parts of the game, considering, like, depending on the class. I think here it's fine. I've never really had issues with Runekeeper. Burglar was just absolute hell. It was actually quicker for me to just dismount and try and hit them doing that. And final one. It's where lag can come into effect, being a major problem. I mean, other than in general, you know, on there. You've now got to think though, Ghost, what do you want to do the least? And then that way will make you work out what which character to play. It's like, do you want to do War Steeds, or do you want to do the Undead Foothold? Which one would you want to do the least? This quest is mandatory, sadly. Oh wow, that's horrible. However, the use of War Steeds otherwise is not mandatory. In fact, as a hunter, I actually found it quicker to... As a hunter, I did find it easier just to dismount. So slow. Do nothing productive and then be like, why is my character not more stronger? It's like that meme with the guy like knocking over his own bike or whatever. Let's Ghost. I'm gonna make that. I'm gonna send it to you every single time. To be fair, you can just go around really slowly for that quest. I don't think it's actually timed. And then from that point onwards, War Steeds are no longer a requirement. They kind of want you to use them. But by no means are they actually worth using. In my opinion. Wait, what am I doing? Oh, so I got to learn how to participate. Okay, so that's sending me there, and then over here is... Yeah, okay, got you. Yes. I just think in general, like, I just don't like... I think the combat isn't the problem. It's more the enemies running around. They do this, like, horrible circular thing. The moment you have a ranged attack, you're fine. I don't think it actually matters anymore, honestly. I mean, Assailment isn't any different from normal, really. Just range skills in comparison to regular skills. Yes, there's a slight few differences, but I don't actually think for the most part it matters too much.
The horses of Rohan are renowned for their loyalty.
Now, one thing I do have to do is
breeding and should serve us well.
My people do not often fight from horseback.
oh. No, I don't like it. Where's the Ash Plains? Okay. So at least my War Steed looks like my regular steed, and looks so much cooler than yours. See, I don't actually mind as the war steeds too terribly. Like, using them to get to and from places is definitely faster. That's just... You can't say that's not the case. They are broken, considering you physically can't use a bridle at the moment, because it just... You have to identify it, and guess what? I can't reforge it. So dumb.
Floodwind has sent urgent messages calling for our aid. If Floodwind falls, Harwood could be next.
Oh, actually, as well. Traits. I always go medium anyway, and all you want to get is sacrifice and dash. It's the only things that actually matter. It's the only thing you want later game. Dash so you're faster, sacrifice so your health is used instead of your war steed's health, and then you're all fine. I'm gonna buy more trait specs. How much do they even cost? 695. That is definitely not worth it for a dead piece of content. I don't think anybody disagrees. This is a dead piece of content. Okay, so once again, Book 8 has 13 quests. I'm going to die. No, we're all good. Yeah, 13 quests, and hopefully we can get through these relatively quickly. How long do we have? 2 hours for 21 quests. Near enough. I think that's doable. Is it worth 6 hours for 1 token? Probably not. But it's not quite the token I want to go for, and luckily this is probably the worst at the moment. Later on, it does become easier, right? At least 86. 86 becomes a lot easier. Can I kill this guy with 130k? Probably not. Actually, no, I should be able to. Yeah, there we are. Fire RK, once again, showing you how it goes. So this map is not an add-on itself, but if you use the any of the JRR collection skins, instead of the map being fully stretched out on your screen, instead it is its natural 1024 by 768 resolution, which is just a little bit easier on the eyes. And it'll be easier to work with. I'd like to, but if I'm going to get Bjornings done, part of me wants to get level, like, 50 Bjornings rather than 20. Just for the potential for legendary drops. And at that point, I'd also have to get them through the first book of Moria, right? So my other hunter now does have Rivendell and Ekad Dunan, so I can port between the two. So there is actually a chance I might do it at some point. It's just going to take a lot longer. I think I was able to get level 65 with 1 day's worth of playtime, pure farming. So yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see. There's a lot of time where I could just be, like, obtaining these. If it takes me 1 day, right, to get all of these, that like, or to get one character, and it's going to take me 6 hours, probably less than the more I do it, to get all these done. To get one token, I get 4 tokens in the time it takes me to get 4 loot boxes undone. It's just weighing up time, I guess. Right, how do I get back up? The easy way, rather than jumping down like I did before. Good to know. So I'll open up these boxes at least. Oh, this takes forever. Oh, it's almost like I have a war steed, so I can speed this whole thing up. Right. See, sometimes though it's a bit of a pain, right? Because I from a baseline perspective, I'm like, oh hey, I've got 13 quests in this book. That shouldn't take all that long. But it's like, how long... You know. How long is each of those quests going to be? The anniversary reward was up until 20th of April, 3 a.m. only. Wait, what? That was like 2 weeks ago. There's no way that was the case. Very odd. Yeah, you only get one cracked Gundabad tracery and one shattered Gundabad tracery. So it takes 23, if I remember correctly. So two weapons will have 23 slots at that max tier. So technically we'd have to do you know, quite a lot of run-throughs of the game. I mean, I already have 2. I'm sure, obviously, the reward track in the meantime. But imagine having to, for every one character, we've got to do 23 others.
This will not take long.
Welcome, my friend.
Right.
I am not unreasonable. What if I gave your friend a chance to win it back?
He's saying he's not unreasonable. Probably means he's unreasonable.
One of the Galadrim.
If you go back on your word, you will have me to deal with.
Wait, so I've got a time before Elfzig. Oh, yeah, okay. So we definitely get there before him, but at the same time, I'm pretty sure he gets attacked. I remember seeing a tweet chain about whether or not people had gotten legendaries yet. I don't know, actually. I think they'd maybe seen 1 or 2 drop from the raids. But that was with the lower tiers, so I don't know if the higher tiers obviously would give you like higher chances. I think it was only on tier 1 they were talking about. I mean, to be fair, if I have enough... by the time we get to that tier, getting the Gundabad tokens, there will probably be more ways to get them. I'm gonna guess. If not, there's a lot of time in between that where I can complete more characters. Like, if I just occasionally... I know it sounds really dumb, like... Oh, not dumb necessarily, but weird for me to say. Be like, oh, I'm just gonna randomly level a character to 140. But I could probably just casually play through a character and get him to 140, right? And get one every once in a while, right? But at the same time, that's why I was saying, like, at some point we might have to get comfortable with teals. Though, that said, again, the 121 traceries do go up to 140 and can be leveled up to the max level. So we actually only have to, we don't have to get all of them. I do use my Destiny occasionally. Only really on characters I am actively like trying to get up high. For normal play, I don't tend to use it. If I'm like trying to get, I don't know, my burglar is 135 right now. If I want to get him to 140, I'll be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna. So let's say, I don't know, mastery cooldown. That's one I can think of off the top of my head. Tier 14 is the 131 to 150, but these will go at least 121 to 150 and have each got the same max level, right? So we can actually level up or keep the tier 13 ones instead of going tier 14 and still technically be fine. Right now, though, there isn't a way to get a cracked Morgul tracery, so that is the issue there, but there might be at some point, you know? At least according to the wiki, and I have looked at my... I looked at Tarvelard, and I have looked at every quest that I've done, epic quest I've done on him, and I can't seem to find a cracked Morgul tracery on him. I do have some shattered ones in my shared storage, I think. Palpatine has 2 shattered ones. Apparently. I thought there was some in my shared storage. Oh, there is. There's 8 in my shared storage. So I've got 10 total. Plus, again, the tracery tokens that we get per character. So there is a little bit of leeway there. But I think if I remember correctly, I did screenshot every single quest I did. My screenshots page is absolutely full. But from what I saw... But maybe they got to a point where they weren't actually doing like them from the epics. Cracked Gondorian traceries. There's 3 of those relatively close together. Yeah. There's nothing after that, which is just kind of odd. That's kind of what I want to keep the boxes for. And stockpile those. The ones we can just sort of obtain normally. I'm going to just get them from the quests. But then the ones that are technically not obtainable, I'll just stockpile. But there's enough overlap where it probably won't be a massive problem. I'm being forced to buy a round of drinks. This is extortion.
If I do have a sip of that. If you insist.
If I insist.
That, since you are buying.
Okay.
What was that noise?
That was Gandalf's voice actor.
Something is happening outside. It sounds like trouble.
Elfingles is under attack. Quickly, my friends. We must help.
That's the thing as well, though. Even if I do look at like the epics, right? There is a chance that like some of them will change as we go, but also there's situations where you know, maybe it's other quests, side content quests, like interludes even, as we've seen with the other content, that I maybe didn't do. So what needs to actually happen is I need to go through with a character taking especially, like... I need to go through and I need to basically just be playing every quest and then just keeping track, which is just going to take forever. But it's something worth doing. Because maybe there are some side quests that people... that give out this content, or give out these tokens, but nobody really knows about it because they're only looking at the epics. Maybe. Extortion. I'll keep an eye out. Right. Corridan, you done with it? You done? That went well. I'm pretty sure that didn't even hit him because the enemy I attacked was dead. Okay. Corridan is safe. We'll leave Nona. Oh no, we'll leave Horn on his own, and then we'll save Nona. That's like the best outcome, right? Oh no, Horn's here. I've got to save him. I guess I'll help. That is a lot of range on it. 8 meters. OP. Nope, I don't want to attack. Well, I do want to attack Horn, but that's a different story. Right. So you're done. Now I need to find Nona. I'm guessing Nona might be over here with the remaining enemies. Yes. Okay. Okay. Sup, Nona? How you doing? I'm sorry I helped out Horn. I know I shouldn't have, but... It seems to be like... Actually, I don't know. I was going to say it seems to be like, oh, X amount of waves, but I actually don't know. To be fair, I think with it being an orc leader, I kind of get it being the final one. Defeat the remaining orcs, so I've already done that beforehand, so that saved us a little bit of help, or a little bit of time. And then speak to Ingild outside the mead hall at the top of the village. Hello, Ingild. How you doing? Done. Cool. Did I say how many quests there were to do? Yeah. Okay, so we're on 5 out of 13, yeah.
You have my gratitude. Without your help,
At least it gives us, like, some decent gear. If I hadn't already crafted gear, I'd probably be swapping out some of this stuff. Because that's actually more will. I think technically more morale. But it's just the tactical mastery that's, like, the main thing. Like, I'm just getting less damage. Even with the increased will amount. But I'm only using level 85 gear, and these quests are 78. So they are getting close and closer soon enough. Probably we'll be getting some drops that are better, which would be interesting. Not from this. I mean, the highest we go is 83. So actually, that is potentially a thing. Come on. There's also kind of a nice thing doing this because it's getting us used to the content that's coming hopefully soonish with us, you know, going through completing having to go through these content on Feyrand in the future. It's getting us kind of used to it. It's going to be weird because so we're going to come through here on Feyrand, right, at 85, and we're going to get to the end of this content, and we're going to go get another legendary token that we have 0 use for, basically. So that's going to be fun. And that'll always happen as we progress through this whole, like, stopping at each expansion bit of content. Like, if I were to make another level 50, that's going to happen again. Imagine being at level 50 and immediately having everything legendary. That'd be funny. Not that you have too many slots. I think you have, what, like 4 slots each side? So, not exactly too much. I mean, I've only got 5 on each this time. Nice and serene. No music. No sounds. There we are. Okay. Oh, this is a place with all that, like, you gotta work out who to jail stuff. I had to look that quest up because I was so worried about getting the wrong answer. I'm really bad at making decisions like that. I'm like, oh, but they've got bad stuff. Oh, this person's, like, kind of implicated as well.
Welcome to Cliving, friends from afar.
So yeah, it wasn't great. Who am I talking to? He's somewhere in Cliving. Okay, so he's not inside. I'm just kind of scared of loading screens today. So I want to minimize those. I don't want to get stuck. Nice. Amazing animations down here. I just realized something. So we have Dampe over here, right? Level 85. I just realized my Beolding is higher level. That's fun. I'd still probably lose, all things considered, in a fight. Because that's all I can ever think of. Who would win in a fight?
I saw you coming to Cliving from afar, and I wondered what your story might be.
Alright, though. Let's not get stuck. Let's head over here. So I don't want to jinx it, but at least these are going quite quick-ish. So that's nice. Wait, where am I going? Am I being stupid? Oh, he's in a guard tower. I just kind of assumed he was over here. Hello, Cuthred.
The Reeve sent you to me to help with our problems.
Right to the first marker.
An important part of guard duty involves riding the bounds.
Well, at least there's some stuff out of here. I don't know if I actually looked through every single epic. I think I did. I probably just didn't screenshot anything that was normal enhancement runes and such. But it'd be nice to maybe log how many of each box you get through the epic, just to kind of work out how many times on average, I need to go through. I leveled up my thingy yet. I got 5 more points. Cool. Now we have sacrifice, and that's all we need. Nothing else is important. Not that enemies, again, are actually going to attack us around here, so it doesn't actually matter. Still, though. It does feel like a weird place to get a legendary token, though. I get it not being an 86 token because you're not 86 yet, or it's not a level 86 quest. So I get it, but it does feel very late in the game to be going for that. I feel like at that point, I guess if you're playing just casually, though, and not really thinking about it, oh, I got a legendary. But are you going to have enough ancient script at that point? Are you going to have like 2,000 ancient script to try and get your, heraldry up, for example? I feel like casually I'd be playing, if I were playing casually and not like repetitively going for it, that's probably what I'd do, is put them on my heraldries, because then if I have to exchange them in for a teal, I'm still getting an upgrade because I'm getting a higher level. There's not like a percentage loss. And I think that makes the most sense. And then just hope for a good one in a legendary box, which is kind of what I did with my burglar. Kind of wish I didn't now, but I did get a nice surprise strike boost of like 50% extra damage or something crazy like that. Oh, there's quests up here. I can't remember if they're part of the epic. If they are, I hate them. I mean, I hate them anyway, but if they are, it's a problem because I hate them. If they aren't, it's less of a problem because I don't have to do them. I feel like I gotta do the quest now. I don't want to start another quest, though. Oh, okay. I'm not going to do it. I mean, I should eventually. I said about getting the level 85 crafting things. And that's something we can eventually do, is start looking at 85 gear, like I've said. Maybe at some point even looking at rare gear as well. That could be a thing. Ah, you though, you're actually like easy to kill. But you're out of my range. Get back here. Warbands suck. Actually, warbands aren't a problem. It's more the mounted aspect. Plus the lag. Just meteor him. Okay. Can I finally get this in? Thank you. And I got 35 marks and some medallions. I don't even know what you can get from those. Let's have a blue box of Norcroft spoils. I think you can get decorations like banners. So 1 to 4 of the following: 35 marks, 3 medallions, which is what I got. Rohirric Athelis Essence, sorry. Rohirric celebrant or celebrant salves, crafting materials, banners, or a spotted war steed. Okay, so there's an actual like different war steed appearance. I guess that's something that technically, as useless as it is in some regards, is something we do want to try and obtain, right? It also says here for the red box of the Wold Spoils, there is a chance of you getting shards, tattered crest of Rohan, sealed settings and runes, which again is a little outdated. And what else as well? Just crafting materials. Orc head on a pike, though. That's another appearance thing that would be nice to get as a drop.
I am inspired by your companion's example.
I think it is time to go.
We need not stay here any longer. Cliving has strong walls.
Okay.
This city has little to fear of orcs, if you ask the opinion of an elf.
So ideally, the way this works now, we should be able to just go to the stable master here. Though, that said, I don't know if I picked up the stable master, which could be a terrible thing. I guess we'll have to find out. Could be a little bit of a problem. Just a tad. Oh, my Tome of Accelerated Warsteed Training. Such an amazing item. So glad I've been able to obtain one. Actually, I think I did pick up the stable master.
Welcome and well met, my friend.
Nope, I didn't. Well, there's a little bit of travel. Note to self, pick up stable masters. Good idea. So we have an hour or so, and we have 14 quests. I have realized, like I said earlier, it's very difficult to assume how long a quest is going to take you unless we have done said quests, right? Because after doing this, I will have a reference, time reference for how long something's going to take, which will be nice. I can also then start doing, continuing this epic, going up to Volume 3, Book 14, and start getting all those tokens, as well as leveling up this character, which would be nice. Also, I think I'll probably be able to do some epic battles on my own. If I just chuck into the Runestone of Restoration sort of thing, with a level up or two, should be fine. And then I can start getting some, well, actually, I'll probably go Lightning. Switch back to my Lightning, go into Rune of Restoration, and then I can start, or to be fair, I'll just go get my other Runekeeper. Probably be easier. I've got to get him through the Helm's Deep stuff anyway. Though I can just skip that story tales, right? Doesn't actually matter. So the Warsteed boosting skill is called Dash. It is in the middle trait on the right. No, sorry, right trait on the right. So basically it only costs you 2 trait points, which essentially you get immediately. So it's the first thing I do, and then the second thing I do is go into Sacrifice, which means that your Warsteed will have your morale rather than having its morale, basically. So it just means they're a little bit more tanky later on when they've only got like 2,000 morale and you're taking like 20k hits. Yeah, Warsteeds are an awkward thing, because it's very prominent in this content, and then never again. That's why those are the only 2 I use. It's because it's like getting from A to B as quickly as possible. That's essentially what I do with my Warsteed nowadays. Okay. Let's make our way down here. Ah. Anonymous. I wanted to inspect you. So disappointing. So collect orc emblems and scout the river crossing. Should be relatively easy. I kind of wish I could aggro enemies even if I was over-leveled sometimes. I want to kind of gather a load of enemies together and just, you know, one-shot them essentially. That's what instances are for. I assume it's just a case of, hey, there's a lot of orcs around. I'm not going to give you a direct spot to kill them, but it would be nice. Just be like, hey, this area here specifically. Okay. No, come back. Don't run away. Red Arcade's worst nightmare. The enemy walking away. Ruins everything. Just stay still. Ignore the fact you can hear burning around you. And the rest of your life will be good. And hopefully 2 more. Yeah, 2 more. Okay, it doesn't look like a guaranteed drop, maybe? Or am I just miscounting? I'm potentially just miscounting. It's fine, there's another one here. I'm going to combustion him. Oh, I can't. Combustion! Didn't even kill him fully. Just disappointing. Wait, what's that do? Deals damage to targets, to all enemies around target. Yeah, okay, cool. Effects applied to enemies within 5 meters. Cool. Spreads current tier of rate of fire. Okay. So that's fair. And it returns you to neutral achievement. So you want to do that first and then this? I guess in some ways. But at the same time, we're pretty much one-shotting enemies, so it's not really worth worrying about how some skills work with other skills right now. Obviously, on level, yeah, it's going to make more sense, but I think as we are right now, it doesn't really matter. You know, something I could do, I've just realized, is my tracery character with the sealed tracery tokens. If I were to do that on another character, right, I could get my Kestor 86'd up, right? Technically. Like, Teal 86 is done with, like, pretty much next to 0 effort, except during the beginning of Moria. Maybe an idea. Then at least I have a decent starting point, in a way. So I can no longer do it for Feyrand, because he's 87, which means he's over the threshold. Or I could do it now, up to 95, with the level 50 ones, and it doesn't actually matter. But I need a lot more Ancient Script. A lot more. I might just spend a day just kind of repetitively doing like school over and over again. That could actually be an idea, maybe?
Elfmar is a good man and true, just like his father. We should help and prepare as men for battle as best we can.
I mean, best case scenario, I do score repetitively. I get... How much is a teal or a rare go for? Isn't it like 40 or something? And 60 for a teal. Cool. So yeah, maybe that's the thing. Or in some ways, technically just leveling a character should get me more than enough extras if I just don't really worry about incomparables. Or like rares, I guess. And uncommons. When should you join the crafting guild? I mean, it's best to do it as early as possible, I find, because basically you get daily, so you get 3 sets of like reputation tokens. Basically you get like a I think it's 18 hours, 2 days 18 hours, and 6 days 18 hours. So essentially it's 1 day 4 days, or 1 day 3 days 7 days. So the way to do it is, if you start as early as possible, you can start building that rep up more and more, like earlier and earlier, and then you can just like craft yourself some nice gear or whatever, depending on thingy. I mean, yeah, I'm just talking about like ways of me getting doing school for ancient scripts. I don't really know like a really good way of doing it anymore, because you don't even get them from the final boss, which means it's even quicker, right? Because you can just do second boss, kill him, get a trace free. You'll probably easily go over the 15-minute limit. So I'll just have 2 characters switch out, alternate out characters, and then just use those to get drops, right? That seems to be sort of the best way. I guess one thing I could do is do it on these characters and use those to get at least relevant ones, worst case scenario. But yeah, I don't really think there's like a good way to get like a lot of ancient scripts, right, that I know of, other than doing something like that, just repetitively doing the same content, which, I mean, at some point it's just going to get boring, right? I mean, yeah, doing actual questing, sure, but that actually is also partially you leveling up your legendary as well. So it's less a priority, right? It's not like moats where there's sort of like weekly repeatables that sort of give you more reason. And I don't think doing like 15 missions to get maybe 100 ancient script is exactly sort of the best time efficient way of doing it. Really want to try this game? Well, I would certainly suggest it. If you download and get to level 2 before well, a week from now, May 10th, you get near enough all the content for free. So free-to-play players get up to 75 expansions wise, but if you join within this week, you get up to 130, with the newest expansion being the only expansion to buy, and a little bit of content between 95 and 105 that you'd also have to purchase. So yeah, definitely a good time to start. Even if you don't like fully play it, even just getting to level 2 now is just so much, like, and then coming back, let's say in a month's time, even gets you so much. You also get a level boost to level 50, 105, and 120. Though if you are a new player, I wouldn't generally suggest using it, because it can be quite overwhelming on how classes work if you suddenly have like 30 skills that you don't know how to use. Is there just no mounted foes around here? What's the best class to start with? I mean, generally a good beginner class is dependent on how your style of gameplay you like, but I generally suggest Hunter if you like a ranged class, or Champion if you prefer a melee class. They're pretty easy to get used to. Even if you're not like super efficient, you'll still be fine getting through all the content. And they have a lot of nice to haves, like well, Hunter has like a load of teleport skills basically, and constant run speed boost and stuff. So those are my generally two suggested. If you start now, you get 2 character slots to start with, and then if you get to level 2, you get an extra 2. So that gives you 4 in total. So it does give you a lot of sort of ability to move around with characters and such. But yeah, those 2 I generally suggest for a sort of new player. Though I think all of them are generally pretty good. I mean, Runekeeper is a lot of fun, which is what I'm playing right now. Give it a go. Well, I hope you enjoy. I probably should be on my horse doing this, but I feel like I'm doing more damage just this way, so it doesn't actually really make too much of a difference. Die. And 1 more to go. 1 more mounted orc. It's mostly orcs. I don't think there's actually anything other mounted enemies. And as well, if you have any questions, always feel free to ask. I'd like to think I know a decent amount about this game after 10 years, but even if I don't, people on stream are also very helpful. So 2 more quests. I think one of them is an instance, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong. Homecoming. Yeah, the next one is a instance. As with Runekeeper. Hey, also thank you for the follow. Because of Runekeeper, we should probably be fine. The ranged attacks on Warsteeds are relatively good. Shouldn't really have too many issues with it. Plus the healing if anything does get dicey. But again, we are very over leveled. We are currently 13 levels over. No, 11 levels over. So we certainly shouldn't have any problems there. That is not where I'm trying to go. But I guess worst case scenario, we have heals. It's weird that you have 4 healing skills. Healing skill plus heal over time. Healing skill plus heal over time plus heal your endurance of your Warsteed. Actually, no, this is just a heal over time plus Warsteed. This is a heal plus heal over time plus Warsteed. This is just a heal over time and Warsteed. So it's essentially the same as this. And then this is just heal over time, heal, and Warsteed. Very odd. It's alright. Again, always happy to help. Horn, where are you at? Don't be all mopey, please, Horn.
We are here. No point in delaying further.
I think it would be really nice, actually. I kind of want to do a epic only character, which isn't obviously a new thing, right? But I want to get sort of a rough estimate of how much time the epic takes to do. So if I were to only do the epic and try and stay off the character for the most part otherwise, I wonder what the playtime would be and sort of a rough estimate of how long the epic takes to do. Because I think it would be nice to be like, just even the main story is X amount of hours long. I mean, even what we on here in 4 days. Whoa, what happened there? Some weird culling. But even that's, I've been like messing about on this character, so it's not even representative. Speaking of messing about, have I done Scourge of Khazad-dûm? I have done Halls of Crafting. Good to know.
I don't feel like it's worth me doing Halls of Crafting too much nowadays, though. I mean, it's nice to get the deeds, but I'm not really too fussed on incomparables.
I don't think it actually affects us too much anymore. There will be that little point at 85, but that I think it might overlap, but we'll just use 86s. It's fine. One day this will all be voiced. It'll be great. Imagine. I don't think it will, but it will be lovely if it was. I have such a bad time actually paying attention when it's just sort of text up on the screen. If it was like voiced, I'd be like more attentive and be like, haha, okay, yes. Ready to retire to the beds. Yes, we shall retire. You know. I met with the Prince of the Fords of Eisen. About that. About that. Thanks for the save horn. Don't mind. Don't go asking about Aoma too much. Is it Aoma? Oh, I'm really messing up in my head now. It's not Aoma. It's Theodred, right? Yeah. Why is Aoma? Oh, it's because it's the next quest, I think. Is it the next quest or is it the quest before? Book 9. Yeah, the next quest is literally called Aoma. That's why it's so stuck in my mind. I swear I'm not being dumb. I was just... My mind was somewhere else. Oh, that's why he's being so grumpy. Let me heal you. There you go. I'll revive you or something. I don't know. These heals are kind of crazy. In fact, what is my my outgoing healing at? 46.9. I think if I remember correctly, I had my... Might be my Lawmaster or my Mini was at like 70% outgoing healing, which is kind of crazy. Okay. Talk to Ingbert in the Mead Hall. Oh, wait, so did I... That was the instance. Am I... Oh, I'm confused. Night falls on the Meduseld? I don't think that's it, even.
I thank you for your discretion.
What instance am I thinking of? Well, if I don't have to do it, I'm glad. Let's just put it that way. Another 50 incomparable. Disappeared. The ghosts. Wadu's ghost is gone. The irony. Yeah, so I don't know if with these 50 traceries if I want to do it that way, but I don't know.
The Dunlendon woman? I have not seen her.
I think what I'll do at some point is I probably will just take my champion or whatever and go through all the, like, go through school a lot on this character, and then worst case scenario, I just get traceries and I get ancient scripts and it's fine. Best case scenario, I upgrade some of these, like I already have heraldries like these. I think it's mostly like Ascendant Flame that needs leveling up. There's a potential that I can get the Words of Power that I need. I don't think there's ways of getting Teals, which kind of sucks. It would be nice if... Probably wouldn't happen, but it would be nice if Teals came from Epic Battles eventually. Sup, Pawn?
She is gone. She is really gone.
She is really gone. Disappointing. I tend to forget the Horn is a bard. And I don't know if that just makes him more, like, emotional in a way.
I think Nona will...
Okay.
But I do not know when.
Is this stuff getting better? I mean, it's getting close, to be fair. I mean, I've said that a while back, but... So I think we still have to do all that amount of content. We still have to start from Prince of Rohan. But the question is, and I guess we'll potentially find out, can we start doing this content before Prince of Rohan? Or do we have to... Yeah, do we have to do it before Prince... Do we have to do Prince of Rohan before? Or whatever. Can tanks kill stuff faster in this game? So... The way it works is you actually have 3 trait trees, basically. And generally, one will be like a DPS, one will be support, and one will be tank, let's say. So, for example, Guardian, which is the sort of main tank endgame, from my understanding. Blue line will be tank, and red line will be DPS. So, sort of, what most people do is, while they're leveling, they'll go red line. And then while they're like in an instance or helping and tanking, they'll switch out to a second line. So you can sort of swap out. So that tends to be the way it goes. So, for example, with my Guardian, I've kept him relatively well geared, but, you know, or her, I guess. But she's well geared and pretty much like 1-2 shots most stuff that she's going against, though she still is in the lower levels. So, I can't sort of speak for later levels. So, as I said, from my understanding of what the sort of main tank is Guardian. However, I will have a look at what else sort of is tanky, I guess. I don't actually really know. So Bjorning, Brawler, Captain, Guardian. So either Guardian or Bjorning, I would possibly say, just because they also have the ability to be useful in other situations, where like you can level it normally by being in red and then sort of have a more dedicated tank line. Bjorning, you are stuck to being... You can only be the race of Bjorning as the class of Bjorning. So there is a slight limitation there. Whereas with Guardian, you can pretty much be everything. Dwarf, Elf... No, wait, that's Brawler. Guardian, Dwarf, Elf, High Elf, Hobbit, Man, Stout. Yeah, I think literally everything but Bjorning. Yeah, Brawler's in a weird place at the moment. I don't know if they know what they're doing with Brawler at the moment. It is supposed to, from what I understand, be more of a tanky thing, right? Its gear is like a lot more tanky than offensive, right? Again, I don't really have too much knowledge about it. It says aggressive melee fighters. So, I don't know. It says offensive and defensive, so I guess it's a bit of both. Yeah, so you've got like Grimbeorn. So they have like different skills depending on what, if you're in bear form or if you're in man form, for example. So, and some skills can be used in both, but then depending on which form you're in does a different effect. So there's one, for example, that makes it more damaging, more melee damage versus more tactical damage. Yeah, it does seem like a bit of an odd one out, and it does feel a bit weird for them to add, especially this late in the game. I did say when it was sort of announced that, right, before that it was Warden and Runekeeper added, and that was back in Moria, right? I guess Bjorning, technically, yeah, that it was update 14, so that's a little bit later. That's like 2015, I think. But yeah, I don't know. Does seem a little bit odd, but it punches. It's funny because before they actually announced Brawler, and I think before the leaks for Brawler came out, I actually I was like, hey, I want to make a character but have it with no weapon, so it just punches. But even then I was like, that's a dumb idea. I'm not gonna lie, I have had a little bit of fun with it, but I can't see its place in like an end game scenario. I feel like it's alright early game. But yeah, it's a little bit of an odd one. I was kind of expecting Brawler to be more of a medium might class. Because from my perspective, I was like, if they go medium might, Brawler being more like, in my head, especially with the animations, there's a lot more like, I don't know, floaty almost. So it was going to be more like medium armor than heavy plate armor in my mind. And it would also give another use for the old medium might gear for what used to be for Bjorning, right? Hello, how are we doing? Hope we're doing well. I'm gonna get so lost in here, it's a problem. Yeah, so that's why I was like, I really was of the opinion that Brawler was going to be medium might, and it would also have that double effect, as I said, about reusing old, less useful armor, since when they put Bjorning to heavy, right? I'm doing well, just slowly progressing one of my characters while also technically gearing up my main character by doing this, right? I think we're at the point where Feyrand is my main character. I know Tar Valard should be, technically, right? But I haven't actually been on Tar Valard in ages. I need to get over the stigma of everything on Tar Valard needs to be, like, streamed, right? Every other character I'll just play when I feel like it. But I have that stigma of Tar Valard because I'm like, oh, it has to be a video. Because I spent 5-6 years doing it that way, right? So there is, technically, if you really want to get into it, yes. Race can have an impact on class. However, unless you're, like, super into the meta, it's not really a huge deal. There is quite a decent race guide. I will quickly just post it in chat. So Lotcha HQ has got a nice reference that does go sort of through the good and bad points, right, that you can go through. I'm actually going to not put that on because I'm worried about ads that will dox me, because that has nearly happened before. It's like, hey, there's Sting near you, and I'm like, I don't want to know that. But it's a nice website, and it's also got like class builds for like end game class builds and stuff, so it can be quite nice. But again, it's not a huge problem. It's stuff like Stout Axe, for example, can give you plus 3% fire damage for Runekeeper, so you can get that little bit extra, but it's not a huge issue. I mean, we were talking earlier in regards to like heavy armor. At least you can have cosmetic armor that's not necessarily what you can fit. We joked about making an Alphonse character. I can't remember what race we said he was, but just deck him out in this massive armor. It would be nice if you can make your character sort of more broad, I guess. A bit more character, like more body customization. Yeah, Alphonse is the one in the armor. Yeah. Just gonna start cosplaying in Lotro. That's my thing. Yeah, I feel like the default you could go with is just be like man, because man. But from some perspective, I'm pretty sure high elves are taller than like the race of man, right? So if you want it sort of a bigger thing, then maybe you'd have that. We did say Guardian, I think, because, you know, there are times where he just sort of takes the brunt of the Force because he's a massive piece of armor compared to something that can technically die, right? Ooh, lag. We're good. When I was thinking about it, all I could think of was the was it Envy? No, Lust. The Lust fight. Where he sort of just, you know, puts up that massive wall and sort of gets his arm cut open and stuff. Well, armor cut open. Please don't do this to me, game. How many people are on right now? 700? It's not even that many. Just have a load of things. Maybe I'll be able to find out if I can make it to that enemy if I don't just die and rage quit. Someone start a GoFundMe for SSG server hamsters. I mean, we might need it at some point. So I don't know if I'm the only one that has this, but let's say I were to log out right now. It will then say I've lost connection to the server and kick me out of the game. But I don't know if staying like logged in is ever going to fit it or fix it, right? The only thing I've seen... Oh, I've just gone offline. Apparently. Your friend Kester has gone offline. I think it's going to kick me out. Yeah, there we are. Let's go relaunch the client then, I guess. Thanks, game. The only thing I've seen of Elden Ring, technically, there's two things. There's the one, the like, let me solo her thing, but I just know the reference, kind of. I haven't seen, like, a fight or anything like that. And then I've seen... someone played like a Sonic build or something. I don't know how to explain it. But that was certainly interesting. Just spin it around with lightning. Cool. To be fair, it doesn't take that long to get back in the game. Yeah, I think it was very difficult for me to miss the let me solo her thing. I think I might have seen like a Will Smith thing, like in reference to the Oscars. Could be wrong. I mean, there's always people that are going to be like just really good at those kind of games. I could be misremembering. Elden Ring Wells. Yeah, okay, so I saw an article on it or something. It's something, well, the one I've looked up right now is titled Will Smith is invading Elden Ring games to slap people and then leave. So, certainly topical. I don't know, is that topical anymore? I feel like it's not very topical anymore.
I did not dare to hoped the tree herders still walked in Middle-earth. Let us return to Eoworth and see if Eomer remains there with his men.
Alright. I don't know why I've randomly just thought of this. I kind of want to play Fable at some point during this next 2 weeks. I just randomly have that feeling. I've seen people play it with like the Donkey Kong drums, with like the DDR mat. I saw someone who did like a speed run of, not necessarily a speed run, but a no damage run of all the Soulsborne games back to back, or something like that, which is crazy. I feel like at some point it's going to be like, the expectation is going to be a lot worse than like what you can give. Like, at what point can you not make it more insane? Luckily, I guess for them, people that do that sort of thing, Elden Ring came out and then they've got just more content to work with. But like I said, we'll see how it goes. Maybe we'll try and edit it down into something, you know, clearly not, you know, I'm not very good at the whole YouTube thing. If I'm how many weeks has Elden Ring been out, and if I'm just going to do a video about it now, but something about jumping on the hype or something that I'm clearly not doing. But yeah, either way. But it would be interesting. Like, technically, I've never played a Soulsborne game. Is Sekiro part of that? I don't know if Sekiro is the one I'm thinking of. I think. Okay, so it is a From Software game. I think I've played like. Is it Sekiro or Neo I've played? Why am I mixing up? I mean, I've got it. I've definitely got it. I'm planning on playing it tomorrow if I can get it downloaded in time. I actually, funnily enough, I bought the deluxe edition, right? But I just never played it. See, I don't know. I have played either. It is either I've played Neo or Sekiro, the beginning. Yeah, Neo is not a From Software game. I don't know which one I've played, which says a lot, but I think I played like the intro. It's something to do, right? Anybody who's played them, all I remember is I had to save a kid who was like my master, and then he told me to kill everybody. I think that's essentially what happened. I don't know which game it is though. I remember I had to sneak past a guy. I was like a samurai dude. I literally don't know. And then I've watched someone play Bloodborne. I feel like Bloodborne might have been more interesting, like a better point for me to potentially have started if Elden Ring wasn't out, right? Because I feel like if I started with Dark Souls 3, it'll be like, oh, well, I'm missing the lore, you know? It's like I've always talked about Witcher 3. I haven't fully played through The Witcher 3. I think I've got to like the first main village or whatever, right? But part of me was like, I should play Witcher 2 and Witcher 1 first. Otherwise, I won't understand the story. I tried playing Witcher 1 and I just couldn't deal with the controls. I mean, yeah, I'm more talking about like beforehand, before Elden Ring came out. Because that was kind of separate, I think it would be the better point, right?
Thank you for your help, friend. I'm ready to continue our ride south to Snow.
But yeah, I've watched someone play it. I was at theirs, and the idea was supposed to be that we, every time they died, we'd switch over between like 4 of us. And then I think we just sort of decided to do something else that could, like, all 4 of us could do. I think we played Cards Against Humanity or something. I can't remember. down a hole. Is that just an insta-death? Is that what it's going to be? Yeah, I get it if it does, but like internally, I want to play through and experience it rather than be told it, if that makes sense. I don't know if that's something that's like very common. I don't know. I'm actually being attacked. That's very odd. Yeah, part of me like wants to experience it. It's like Mass Effect. I played Mass Effect 2. I owned Mass Effect 2. I really enjoyed Mass Effect. I've only played 1 and 2 now. But that said, I've played 2. I've completed 2. I not 100% completed, but like I finished 2 and I kept everybody alive and all that jazz. I did all like the companion missions. And then I played 1, but I didn't get all the way through it, and I've not played 3. And I've very briefly played Andromeda. But I want to like play through all 3, especially when you've got a game like that where it actually like continues your save file. I think Witcher does something similar, right? From what I've been told. So that's another reason I think when the save files are sort of entwined. Just gonna run down to Snowborn, why not? These guys will eventually get bored of me. Except you're not gonna, are you? Okay. Let's put Sacrifice on, because I didn't actually realize I'd be getting attacked, and that's kind of thrown me off. Oh, wait, I just realized I'm on book 9. No, I did know that, but I totally didn't really clock it. That's super easy then. So the Dividing Line is the next quest, and then, so the Snowborn stuff is book 10, and then book 11 is all the Golden Hall stuff. So that's actually a lot there. I guess there's 15 quests there. So the Bloom actually also gives me a Shattered Khazar Doom Tracery. I mean, I own all of them. That's the thing. I own a lot of games, but I've just never gotten around to playing them. I think I've just spent just possibly too much time playing Lotro. My Steam library is very full. My Epic Games library is quite full. My GOG Galaxy is relatively full. I feel like it's very difficult for me to get into games sometimes. I feel like streaming games is more likely to make me stick with them sometimes. I have more like of a push to stick with it rather than getting bored. But I tend to have more recently been going for more like roguelike games, I guess. The game other than Lotro I've been playing the most of in recent times is BPM, Bullets Per Minute. I've gone on about that one for ages. Stuff like that, Hades, Loop Hero a little bit, like those sorts of games. I do need to just sit down. I think now is possibly a good opportunity for me to finally do it, though.
Who are you? What are you doing in Snowborn?
It's games I can just kind of pick up, especially like Loop Hero. I've just got on my Switch as well. That helps.
That is what I
think I know what game you're on about, but I haven't. I don't own them. Maybe I do technically own them, but I not actually like own them. Does that make sense? I think I have a code for them, but I don't own them. They're on sale right now. I have a lot of codes for games that I don't actually think. Oh, also Dead Cells. Dead Cells, I think it's the name of it. That reminds me of Dead Cells. Yes, Dead Cells I own. That's also quite a nice game. I have a lot of Humble Bundle codes. So that's why I have a lot of codes but don't actually know what I own. Rogue. No, apparently I don't own it. Yeah, I've had a lot of fun with Dead Cells. I was kind of cheesing it a little bit, I'm not gonna lie. Because you get like a load of rewards from beating... If you beat the first level really quickly, I think within like 2 minutes or something like that, you get a reward from one of the doors. and then I would get the reward and I'd just restart, and then I'd just accrue a load of upgrades. I mean, you still have to go further on to get the actual upgrades, but it's kind of a cheesy way of doing it, but it worked. I accidentally did it a lot because I was just bad. It's like going back to Bullets Per Minute, which is, I adore the game, but sometimes will just pick it up, do one run, and then give up. So it's a terrible game for me to stream. But for the longest time, I couldn't get past the first boss. And now, and I was getting, like, it tells you how many streaks, like a streak in how many in a row you've actually obtained, like, completed a run. And I went from not being able to do the first one for ages and, like, constantly dying it to, like, -5, -10. And then suddenly I'm doing, like, 5 complete runs in a row on hard mode. So it's one of those things of, like, later on, obviously you just get better. And obviously upgrades as well, to be fair. I don't think I expect you to get it first time. There's a character in that there, if you get hit once, you die. It's crazy. I'm never getting that achievement. Maybe one day. That's a lot of effort to put in. What other codes do I have? What are these interesting games I own? Back 4 Blood? Is that the Left 4 Dead sort of kind of spiritual successor? Is that the one? I've never played a whatever I just said game. What's what did I literally just call it? What is the name of the Left 4 Dead? That's it. I completely forgot. Yeah, I've never played a Left 4 Dead game. Totally forgot the name of them. Why can I not use my skills? Oh, that's weird. Yeah, I've never played them. I do own a case for one, but because I bought it secondhand, the code obviously was used, so. I've heard good things about Brother: A Tale of Two Sons. I have that, apparently. So that's nice. I've heard, yeah, as I said, I've heard good things about that game. Fable Anniversary? I already own that. I didn't know I had another code. Ooh. Maybe that's why I wanted to play Fable, because I was thinking about that. I probably saw it in my Steam library, to be fair. Still not a massive fan of Anniversary versus original Lost Chapters. I still think Lost Chapters is a better... the better version. Fable giveaway. I mean, maybe. Just paste it randomly. I think I've still got a couple of codes. Like, I think I've got, like, a Borderlands 2 code that just, is there, like, a Borderlands 2 game of the year or something? Or it might be Borderlands 1. I still haven't finished Tiny Tina's Wonderland either. I played it, like, a lot back-to-back, and I don't know how I feel about it. But that said, I'm very excited to see what this new Fable game, when it eventually comes out, is like. I've been a fan of Fable for a long time. Oh, I also have this, an intro to game development course. Gonna rebuild Lotro in Unity. Totally, and I'll be like, I'm better than Unity. Or better than SSG, clearly. I think that'll be an interesting video. There's a guy, I can't remember the name of him, but I was watching a video where he remade like WoW and a couple of other games. In like Unity or Unreal, I think. Right? And I kind of wanted to do something like that with Lotro. Yeah, I do like the Elder Scrolls. I saw that Arena and Daggerfall were free on Steam. So I downloaded those, which was quite nice. I've never played those two though. So maybe I'll give it a shot one day. I played a lot of Skyrim, a lot of Oblivion. Probably not enough Morrowind, to be fair. The only memory I have playing Morrowind is standing on the top of a house. Well, okay, I've got 2 memories of Morrowind. The intro, and trying to steal everything I possibly could. I think there was like an enchanted ring at some point that I was trying to get. And then the second one is standing on top of a house, firing fireballs into the air, because destruction didn't need a target in order to gain experience, unlike Oblivion and Skyrim. So you could just like level up your destruction really easily. What else have I got? Rise, Son of Rome. I feel like I heard a lot about that game when it came out, but I feel like it just kind of stopped existing after like a week. Slay the Spire. I hear that's very good. I've heard only good things. Super Hot. What else is there? No, nothing else I sort of noticed from that. Yeah, anyway. Yeah, my point was, I have a lot of games, I just don't ever get to play them. So, slowly my Steam library is just increasing and increasing and increasing. And I just don't have enough time to put a dent in any of them. I feel like I could if I were to quit Lotro, right? I don't want to. I'm not saying I ever will, but I'm just saying if I like quit Lotro and just never played it again, or didn't play it for like, I don't know, 3 months, I feel like I could probably get through quite a lot of games. It is something I have thought about before, right? Where I've thought, hey, what if I just give Lotro a couple months and just don't play it, or maybe play it like here and there, but in my free time, but it not be the main focus, just for like a couple months and see how I feel. I still think I wouldn't quit, but maybe it would let me experience some other games at some point. I'm curious about these guys. Oh, there's a Warden Shield at 76. How awkward, because it's probably possibly better than my actual Warden Shield. No, it's not. So I'm looking for... Yes, thanks for telling me again and again. It's wise for me to equip myself. So these are all 85. This is the thing, though, right? When we get Feyrand to 85, we're gonna... Our 75 gear is still gonna be better, probably, than the 85 rare gear. So, I don't know. It could be a very clickbaity title. I'm quitting Lotro. Brackets, not really. Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. Just promise not to judge me. That's all you gotta do. Oh, it's only 20 minutes. Can I get 2 quests done in 20 minutes? Let's see. Maybe, I don't know.
Perhaps I will surprise you.
Yes, you'll definitely surprise me, random militiaman. Just gonna cast Meteor on you. Okay. So going back to what I was actually looking at on my other screen, because I totally forgot. So yes, Cracked Khazad-dûm Tracery, Dividing Line. So the Fall of the Meduseld, or Night Falls on the Meduseld, is the next quest, which is good to know. He is a veteran. Good to know. Still dead though. So yeah, hopefully the Coming Tide is a relatively easy quest. Aoma in Snowborn, blah 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 blah. We get enhancement runes incomparable or rare actually. That's a lie.
Few of the villagers would speak to me.
And then talk to Aoma.
I saw Aoma emerging from
Is it just like chat with people, talk to Hammer, talk to Hammer? Oh, it's that quest. Oh, okay, cool. It's been a while since I've done this content, so it's nice to refresh myself a little bit. I've skipped ahead to the Nona in the cave thing, and I feel like I remember Snowborn stuff, or not Snowborn stuff, the Wildemore stuff. But yeah.
We have to return to Edoras at once.
This is where we get kicked out.
We will consult with my uncle Theoden, and he will resolve this issue with Fustred. My uncle Theoden will listen to me.
Will he though? Will he?
He is still king in Rohan.
I don't know. Do you think we could get away with it, right? You know how they were like, no weapons, right? We can't have any weapons, right? Can we just put our runestones in our pockets? Be like, they're just rocks. I just collect some rocks. I'm a geologist. They just look pretty. And then just like wham, big volcanic rock, and then I bring a meteor down from the sky, indoors. Which work out how that one works. Yeah, leave their weapons outside. Yeah, my runestones. It's funny though, because it doesn't actually stop us using our skills. Gotta go attack Grima. Save us a lot of effort. Just be like, whoop, bang. And then combustion. Okay. So we just have to chill out for a bit. We are... Wait for your audience. There's just a lot of talking. So it's not difficult by any means to do this. And then the dividing line is talk to Hunbold in the Entwade Crossing, talk to Corridan at the Entwade Crossing, talk to Horn at the Entwade Crossing. So this is the real kind of like final quest. And then, you know, the other's like, hey, now what do we do? Find out next episode on Lotro.com. Yes, this is a cosmetic. Well, I say that. It is a cosmetic, but it's also the outfit that I'm using. It's called the Supple Wildemore Robe of Insight. It is the... I think it's Eastemnut. I could be wrong. It is the Eastemnut robe recipe for Taylor. I just really like these kind of robes with like belts and stuff. It just looks very almost scholarly or certainly runekeepery. Two things I love is that, and then I love pockets, or not pockets, pouches. So I got this one, and then this one's quite nice. I tend to find it for my Lawmaster, and then this one as well. This is, I think, the level 75 stuff. I like the little pouches. They just make it look pretty. I hate the color of that one though. In fact, actually, oh, I don't have any dye wash. That kind of ruins it. Anyway. Can you not see that Rohan has been left undefended? You there, high elf. How much knowledge of your imprisonment in Isengard did Saruman share with this nefarious agent? You learned in the caverns below Isengard that Grima is a pawn of Saruman, but does Saruman know that you know? You know that I know that you know that I know. I don't know why, but Eowyn's sort of clothing, I guess, reminds me a lot of... maybe it's just the colors. But it's like the 15th anniversary sort of display they have. I don't know why. Maybe it's just the gold and the kind of gold, red, and blue kind of thing. Either way, it's a really random point. I also like that cloak. Simple, but I like that bit. Hi, Grima. He looks so done. He actually looks so done with his day. It's like, oh, these guys. Like, Horn at least has... He looks like a clay model, mind. But at least Horn has some determination in his eyes. Grima looks tired. You also have determination. I'm so proud. The three of you... Oh, just the three of... Okay, cool. I thought you meant Éomer as well. You're forbidden to again cross the Entwade, and you must remain east of the river. If you disobey this command, you will suffer the penalty of death. How? Just how? What? How what? Just... What's the problem?
This is terrible.
Yeah.
It is as I feared.
Yeah?
I do not know what we can do. By order of Theoden King, you three are to stay on
Nice.
this side of the Entwade.
Oh, wow. That actually gave me a...
Have we not done what we said?
That's very interesting. I have not thought about that. So you get a decorated... It doesn't actually show you that because... so it used to be a second... bridle, right? A light bridle, medium bridle, heavy bridle. And now it gives you a decorated coffer of ancient script. No, not yet. We've just entered, and it's like... That's why I was kind of confused why you thought that I was, like, that far ahead. No, we've just been banished. So it says here, decorated coffer of ancient script. This item can be claimed on the legendary item reward track upon completing certain tiers. When open, this item grants 200 ancient script. However, we can get it from this quest, which is obviously quite a big deal. I think 200 ancient script doesn't sound like much, but... Are there other quests that then give that reward? Was it correct when I took all these screenshots? That's what I need to find out. Because let's go find out when I took these screenshots of my character. So let's have a quick little peek, shall we? So we have, this is Tarvelard of Arkenstone fame. And... I went through every quest that we have. And... So this one here, as well, gives you a decorated coffer of ancient script. This is the Lou Brennan thing. This one also gives, which is what we were, so that was correct, the dividing line. What else gives us? Essence Reclamation Scroll, Uncommon and Legendary. That seems very odd pairing. Okay, so it looks to be that only those seem to give the traceries, right? So what's this other one that we just found a minute ago? This one? No, that's Entwade Crossing. What's this previous one then? It seemed to be like this one. Ergothorn Elf Friend. So I get a Shattered Khazad-dûm Tracery. So this is why I went through all this. This is not on the wiki. This quest is not on the wiki as being listed for the Shattered Khazad-dûm Tracery. This is why I checked these things. So now I need to look up Volume 3, Book 3, Echoes of the Dead, because we get another Shattered Khazad-dûm Tracery. I think I know what this quest is. But let me double check. So, Chapter 4. I bet you it used to give you the Second Ages. So, come over here. Second Ages, it gave you the Second Ages. So, that is now out of date. So, it seems the stuff that gave you Second Age items now gives you a Tracery and the Ancient Script. Good to know. This means actually not a whole lot, I don't think. Because you start at Book 4, Chapter 4, when we've been doing the skip to Coroneer thing. So if I were to go into my completed quests, we start at Book 4, Rise of Isengard. So that's why we're not picking that up. Is it worth doing 3 extra books in order to get potentially 200 Ancient Script? That's the question. Because the Shattered Tracery isn't as important. What is important, though, is putting this in our shed storage. Like that. Alongside, potentially, our... Okay, so the level 50 enhancement runes. So, enhancement runes. We'll all use all those up. But yeah, this is why I want to go through all the questing, as I mentioned before, because if we can do that, if I can go through all the quests and like log them, then we can make sure they're up to date. And the best way of doing that is just playing through and just seeing what they are as we go. So then I've got these Tracery tokens incomparable and then these level 50 incomparables as well. So, trim. Did I not get any traceries? That's very odd. I didn't get any rare traceries out of that entire thing. Let's go to Faerun though. And potentially, why do I keep thinking his gloves are red? It's really throwing me off. Yeah, so potentially we can get our legendary items up to date. Ideally. Though, that said, those 3, or that extra token, so I have 2 maxed characters right now. One is just very close to being max. So my Hunter, Tarvelard, is 140. My Runekeeper, Palpatine, is 140 as well. Skarshoot, my Burglar, is 135. I kind of purposefully stopped him off at 135 just to hold him there for a bit. Reneborn, my Champion, is 131. And then after that, it kind of drops off. Most of the time, we focus on this character, which is my my expansion progression character, whatever you want to call it. So we've been spending a lot of more time on this character, so that's why I haven't finished off Skarshoot and finished off Reneborn and what have you. Reneborn's going to become more powerful than Lindral one day. I actually might just do that, to be fair. Probably have more morale. Heavy armor. plus, I think, higher stat. I don't know what the derivations of that are. 4.8 for Warden, 4.5 for Champion. What is Hunter? Is it 4.8? No, it's 4. Okay, so I get 0.5 health more per Vitality than I do as a Hunter. So there is a high chance I'll have more. Brawler's the best. I get 5. Warden's close to 4.8 as well as Guardian. I guess because tankiness, I guess. Anyway, different point. Let's go shared storage. Let's go grab these real quick. So those are my lovely things. And then, yeah, this one, kind of talked about it before. This is my my tanking set. There is a potential, if I want these heraldries, right? So I do want to get these heraldries up to teal. That's what these are for. Like, why am I not doing that? That's the question. I do have this as teal, but right now, everything on my main set is already teal or legendary. So why am I holding on to these? I don't really know. See, I don't know what to choose, though. Okay, so first off, let's have a look at, hopefully, some good drops. So Fist Gambit, damage and critical chance. Surety of Death, damage over time, and Wages of Fear, positional damage. I don't think any of those are particularly what we're after, but let's see. These should all be teals. I feel like we're past the point where it's like worth doing, if that makes sense. I feel like there's already a lot out there, but I guess some people only, without sounding over the top, some people only watch me and don't watch other like Lotro channels. So I guess it doesn't hurt. I do want to do some more beginnery stuff anyway, so maybe that'll be the excuse. So these are all useless because I've just remembered I want mastery cooldown. That's what I'm after here because that's a big thing. If I lose mastery cooldown, I'm going to lose like a massive chunk of time. It's going to really mess with my head. But yeah. Yeah, I'll probably use these because I can get one more now. Right? So I can get that upgraded and then so 2 of those. And then I should already have my base morale upgraded. And then I can have my area effect damage upgraded. And then I guess my grand willpower stuff. Wait, why do I not have grand willpower on here? Oh, because I haven't got it equipped. That's why. Big brain. But yeah. So I need 4 right now. And I've got 3. And if I continue on the quest I'm doing right now, I will be at 4. That's good. That's the plan. That said, I need to go to Rivendell. And again, I need to work out what I want. So my thought process so far has been, yes, I've got my heraldries up to legendary. All well and good. And they're all broken still. I think there's a high chance that I will be able to get... If I get legendary boxes, let's say. If I take my captain and I go for more tokens and I go for the boxes and whatever. I can get legendary boxes and I have the chance of getting the Spear Gambit, the Surety of Death, Spear Shield Gambit, and those 4. Cool. I think right now I'm better off going for the crit upgrade or the damage over time upgrade. I think that doubles as a damage, like that doubles as a crit upgrade, right? And it's actually a higher crit. And if I remember correctly, it's also bugged, so it's even higher level. So yeah, I'll go with the damage over time criticals. Unfortunately, I don't think I have enough ancient script. 425, and I think if I'm correct, it will cost us 1,000. We'll see. Let's see. So the idea is, did I say damage over time criticals? Wait, did I have damage over time on here? Yeah, damage over time criticals. So... legendary. Oh, I need 1,500 for this lovely thing. Guess what? I have a plan. Just open a load of these in it. That's pretty much it. I mean, let's be honest. The reward track ends in 2 weeks. So, am I really going to use these for something else? Probably not. And if I find some heritage runes, I can actually finish up another one. That's nice. Yeah, except I know what I'm deconstructing, Ghost. That's the advantage I have. You know, I'm not deconstructing legendary items. You know? Or legendary traceries. You know? Just saying. Okay, so I can afford it now. That's all fine. So we'll do this, and then that's us done for the evening. I'm just going to quickly check my shared storage. Looks like there's nothing that we can do, but I will transfer these in. Hello there. How you doing? So what did I say? Damage over time, criticals. There we are. What are traceries? Traceries are, so basically at level 45/50, you get your legendary weapon, and your legendary weapon will have different slots in it, and your traceries are basically upgrades. So I can go for, let's say, a heraldry. I have a choice between, I can go lion, which gives me might and health, basically, or serpent, which gives me agility and health, or I can go for like sparrow, which gives me more health and a little bit less agility, for example. It's basically a way of customizing your weapon, upgrading your skills, and you know, increasing stuff. So for example, you know, I can have an increase of 40% damage on a certain skill with this one, and a little bit of damage to go with it. So just a nice way of customizing your weapon. And there's different tiers of traceries. So you have your uncommon, your rare, your incomparable, and your legendary. Legendary being obviously the hardest to get, but the, you know, more powerful item. So for example, I bought, this is a tier 1, and I bought the same, but it's legendary. So I actually get, doesn't seem like much, but I get a 0.5% damage over time chance, critical chance, and I get a 2% damage over time critical magnitude, so damage basically. It'll be also interesting to see if my crit goes up or not. Nope, my crit stays the same, damn it. When you get to about 45 or 50, there is it is part of an epic questline for Moria, the main questline. So it will explain it to you. And I think even just for the sake of Ghost, I may end up doing just a video to explain it all, because I think he might be a little bit lost. Plus 5 hope. I now have 2 of those. Nice. And I get 50 virtual experience. Nice. Right, though. I need to double check something. So my heraldries. How much do incomparable heraldries cost? 1,200. Okay. So I think I'm going to, in my free time, continue on with Kestor. Tomorrow or the day after or whatever. Get that last 4th Shattered Heraldry. I'm going to probably buy 2 Sparrows to get that little boost. Admittedly, these are the wrong level, but that's besides the point. Get those boosted up. And I will also get my 2 Grand Willpowers, which will increase my tactical mitigation, which therefore increases, well, my tactical mitigation. Right? And then just slowly farm up these incomparables. I think is the idea. Because that's really easy to do with the dailies. If only it was so easy to do that at later levels. It's kind of the nice thing about being at this current 50 to 86 threshold. Or technically, 50 to 95 threshold, right? We don't actually have to level up our legendaries until 95. Right? I don't actually know how that works. Legendary items. The maximum for these is 125. Right? At 95, it'll be 175. So, mastery cooldown. That's mastery cooldown. Nice. And then we want legendary only, just to lower the search results. So, tier 4, 86 to 105, 200. Okay. Yes, I mentioned a video that I might make. I don't have anything introductory wise, but it's something I am working on for the future, because I said, hey, if I've been playing for 10 years, I can hopefully impart some knowledge onto peeps that are coming in with the 15th anniversary. I have this real bad problem with making videos. I either make videos in like one night on a whim really quickly, or I spend like a very long time scripting and making it kind of this perfect thing. So it's like there's no in between. So I have a terrible schedule. Hopefully fixing that soon. I am also working on a separate project, which is I want to do a separate channel. And I want to have a video for every single quest. So basically, the idea is if you get stuck on a quest and you don't know how to do it, or you get confused or something, you just go on that quest or go on that video, and there you go. I think it's the plan, right? Which I think will be nice as a thing. I can do a description of like what you get. That could maybe a thing. But yeah. I have a lot of things I want to do, but I feel like I have too many things that I want to do sometimes, and that's yeah, an issue I have with myself. But it's good to know your own faults, right? Isn't that a thing? Real quick, I'm gonna quickly do my daily level 50 mastery things. I just want to see if I can maybe get mastery cooldown. It would be nice. Plus, cool.
Dwarves must fight for dwarves.
But then we'll do this, and then we'll finish off for the evening. I will download Elden Ring, I guess. We'll probably do that tomorrow. I might start early because the servers are going to be down, right? So depending on how the servers go, I might start up early. And then maybe we can switch into Lotro after if I feel like it. Cool. I have not 100% completed it, though I've heard that there's a new character pack coming out on the 4th, which would make sense. So I'm kind of waiting until that anyway.
I would be grateful for your assistance. Greetings, traveler. I am at your service.
The library of
I don't know how true that is,
many secrets
but I would not be surprised.
protected by the wards of the dwarves, for which they are well known. Now the Garsha seek to summon lesser fire spirits to break the wards and rouse
I
the
don't know.
library
I felt like I heard something, but I can't remember what it was. I saw a video about Ahsoka, but I also don't think it's actually an Ahsoka thing. Such a good gambit. I've seen people modding it, though. I saw a video today of someone modded Revan into it. And also Thrawn. Which is kind of cool. I think if I remember correctly, they've because you can't like add new characters, they just swapped out I think General Hux or Admiral Hux or whatever, or Thrawn because of the walking animation. Wait, what? That didn't work? That was dumb. In it. It's so dumb. I don't like this one as much as the spider one, which is very weird to say, I think. But at least with the spider one, I can just gather every enemy and just, like, kill them all in one go, pretty much. More steel tokens, yay. How many am I on steel tokens, anyway? Steel... 190. But I think I have, like, 1,000 on Reneborn. Something insane like that. The problem with this is, so if you want to find a task board, the sort of easiest way to do it, let's say I want to go to Bree. If you can filter. I do this sometimes when I want to find something specific, but if you clear all, you can just have specifically task boards, which are the little feathers here. So yeah. Are you going to say you have to go? Because I'm going in a minute, Ghost. So I'm not going to be upset. I'm never upset if you have to leave anyway. You make it sound so abusive. How dare you leave? You have to stay here. I was upset that you messed up all your legendaries. No, I don't think you could upset me.
The returning dwarves go heedlessly into the dark of Mura.
All right, let's just gather every enemy we possibly can.
Find instead a nest of deadly spiders.
And then let's just AoE them. Just make things a little bit easier. I also don't know why I thought my crit would increase. That makes absolutely no sense. Because that's not what the legendaries want. You'll take your leave and sound very upper class whilst you do it. I'm glad to hear. I shall do the same later. And by later, I mean in about 5 minutes, probably. I just want to finish this off, and then I think I'm done. And we wonder why there's lag. Oh, that's not an AoE. What am I doing? Well, that didn't go quite as well as I wanted, but sure. Charmed, I'm sure. Right. So, let's get these cocoons done, and then after that is one big old spider boss. But again, because we're 25 levels over leveled. 15. We're actually only 15 levels over, but still. That's pretty significant. And I think in terms of pure stats and gear, we're even more overgeared than it expects us to be at 15 levels. Oh, I didn't realize it drops another spider there. That's very odd. Oh, so is the idea that the ones you don't pick up... Oh, I never really put 2 and 2 together with that. Okay, we have a 2 in however many chance, or technically a 1 in however many chance, right? How many traceries are there anyway? So there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. We have a 1 in 26 chance of getting what we need, but 2 in 52 chance, technically, because we're going to get two boxes, right? That was a lot more complicated than it needed to be. Anyway, let's hope. Gambit builder damage? Nope, neither. Well, it's a good way to get 120 ancient script. I'm very poor right now with ancient script, so it's always nice to get some extras. I mean, I think Gambit Builder damage is a nice one, but it's just not relevant. I mean, it is relevant. I have it, but we don't need it. And to be fair, it's not like the biggest deal. Anyway. With that done, we are going to head off for the evening. Thank you all for coming along. Hope you enjoyed. I will see you on the next stream in what? Well, I don't know when I'm going to stream tomorrow because the servers will be down. So we're probably playing Elden Ring. I think we said we may as well since I've got 2 weeks off. And then maybe we'll play some Lotro afterwards. I don't know how the servers are going to be. We know how they've been recently. And then maybe I'll make some video stuff potentially. Could be interesting. But nonetheless, as I said, I'll see you all then. Bye-bye.